the Texas Board of Criminal Justice. Good morning to you, Chairman Bell. Good morning, Vice Chair Parker. Good morning, members of the Commission. As the members of the Commission know, by statute, the Board of Criminal Justice governs the operations of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. The board also serves as the Board of Trustees for the Windham School District, which is the statewide school district that provides educational and vocational opportunities and programming to the incarcerated populations within TDCJ. Ours is a 9-person board, and I've been very honored to serve on that board since 2020 and as the board's presiding officer since July of last year, 2023. I am very pleased to also be able to introduce to you as members of the commission to 3 additional board members who are also present with us here today. First, our board's vice chair, the Honorable Faith Johnson. And Judge Johnson is a retired state judge and district attorney from Dallas County. Next, the Honorable Molly Francis, board member, retired state judge and from Dallas County, and also former justice on the 5th District Court of Appeals of Texas. And then last but not least, Sydney Zeiker, I believe there she is coming in right now, who is Senior Director of the Programs and Special Projects at Crime Stoppers of Houston. Our other board colleagues are from across our great state and are also very much here in spirit. And one of the many great and rewarding things about my service on the board has been and continues to be working with this talented and dedicated group of servant leaders. And so we don't have a quorum of our board here present before you today, but I hope you appreciate the attendance of our board members today as being yet another indication of the dedication of our board and level of engagement of our board in its role. Commission members, as with all aspects of the operations of TDCJ and Windham, we as a board have worked continuously on the sunset review process with Director Brian Collier and other leaders at TDCJ, and with Windham School District Superintendent Christina Hartman and her colleagues. And obviously both Director Collier and Superintendent Hartman are with me here at the table today. We as a board have provided, when needed and appropriate, given our statutory role, input into the sunset review process that has been conducted under this commission's authority and watch. So from my vantage point, I can offer some general comments to the commission on behalf of the board on that sunset review process. I have 5 general comments. First, I know I speak on behalf of the board in saying that we truly appreciate the work of Sunset staff that has gone into the review of TDCJ and Windham in this cycle. I can assure the commission that from my perspective, Sunset staff have engaged in their work and review in a professional and thoughtful manner. How am I in a position to say this? Well, first of all, I've met with the Sunset staff team leadership, including Executive Director Eric Beverly, Senior Review Director Eric Fajardo, Senior Policy Analyst Darren McDivitt, who you heard from just a minute ago, and other women and men on the team assigned to review TDCJ and Windham. I have seen the types of questions that Sunset staff have asked and have also received feedback from Sunset staff following their work. In addition, as you might expect, as part of my role, I and my fellow board members don't just meet 6 or so times a year. We as board members get out across the state. We go to units and other correctional facilities. We go to parole offices. We go to classrooms, vocational training facilities. We go to agency events such as high school graduation programs and program graduations for members of TDCJ's population. We see many other TDCJ and TDCJ related operations and facilities because, as we know, in our role as board members, we need to work collaboratively and productively with agency leadership, but we also need to see for ourselves how things are being done on the front lines. Most importantly, we need to see for ourselves, and we do see for ourselves, the work that the dedicated women and men working for TDCJ and Windham, first and foremost, those working on the front lines of our correctional institution system, our parole system, and our education system are doing each and every day. So as I've made my way across the state in my role during the process of ongoing sunset review, I have seen Sunset staff at units, at TDCJ offices, at meetings of our board, and at meetings of the Correctional Managed Healthcare Committee. This is just to name some examples of where our paths have crossed. And as a slight aside, I know that several of you, from personal experience, have yourself walked one or more TDCJ and Windham facilities. And as you know, the doors are always open to those. It is one, I know I speak for the board, but also for TDCJ and Windham in saying that we always appreciate the opportunity to show legislators and their staffs the hard and good work undertaken at TDCJ units and facilities by the dedicated men and women of TDCJ and Windham every day. And please be assured that I and the other board members are listening carefully this morning to the staff presentation to the commission, which reflects the hard work of Sunset staff, as well as the public comment that you'll be hearing later today. And so on this first point, I can express with confidence to the commission that your appreciation of the commission staff and the dedication they show to their jobs is shared on our side as a board as well. My second general point is this. I can assure the commission that from my perspective, Sunset staff have focused and are focusing on the right areas of the operational challenges and opportunities for continuous improvement at both TDCJ and Windham. I can assure the commission that from my perspective, Sunset staff have zeroed in on the most significant challenges facing TDCJ and Windham. I know you all have been discussing with staff those areas of operational challenge and opportunities for improvement. And in the board's view, the Sunset staff recommendations, to which you have seen from the agency's responses, the agencies largely agree. And as you will hear, are in the process of implementing as we speak, at least those as to which no legislative fix is needed. Those recommendations help structure those discussions. And from our perspective, it is always helpful and productive to get input, especially thoughtful outside perspectives on the operation of organizations that we as board members are working with every day. For my third general point, I can represent to the commission that from my perspective, Sunset staff have had the access to both the people and the information throughout TDCJ and Windham to be able to do their work. I have been very impressed by the organization of the Sunset teams assigned to TDCJ and Windham and their ability, even with TDCJ being the largest agency in the state in terms of personnel and operations, to make sure that they're getting to the right agency information and people in order to do their jobs. I'm not surprised, given the breadth and scope of the operations of TDCJ, that it sometimes takes some effort to get to all of that relevant information, Mr. Chairman. But our understanding is that Sunset staff working with TDCJ management was able to get there. Fourth, I can assure the commission that from my perspective, the outstanding women and men of TDCJ and Windham not only stand ready to continue the process of positive change and continuous improvement within their organizations in the areas highlighted in the Sunset staff report, but are presently engaged in that process, including, as I said, by making progress on recommendations made in the staff report and the challenges and opportunities highlighted in the staff report. And you will soon hear from Mr. Collier and Superintendent Hartman to my left on those efforts within TDCJ and Windham. We as a board are extremely enthusiastic proponents of continuous improvement in the operation, not just of those agencies, but of all human-led organizations. Fifth, I can assure this commission that the board stands ready to assist in the continued process of Sunset review now and throughout the upcoming legislative session. For example, we will continue to support our TDCJ and Windham leaders throughout this process and do our part to ensure that this commission gets access to the information and answers it needs to carry out the important mission of evaluating these state agencies and formulating legislation as needed to help keep TDCJ and Windham moving forward with continuously improving operations out into the future. I very much appreciate the opportunity to be here before the commission on behalf of our board and to hearing today's discussions. And as I said, I will be here throughout the hearing to answer the commission's questions and to participate in those discussions as you need me to. In closing, on behalf of the board, I can express our appreciation for the ongoing thoughtful consideration by the commission and its staff of the issues facing TDCJ and Windham now and out into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols, for your remarks. Before we move forward, I'd like to recognize Senator Paxton on the dais. Welcome, Senator. Thanks for being here. And also, I'd like to call Tim McDonald, Chief of Staff, the Board and Pardons and Paroles, to the panel as well. As we move on, at this time, the chair would now recognize our Executive Director of TDCJ, Brian Collier. Mr. Collier.
Good morning, Chairman Bell, Vice Chair Parker. Good morning, members. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning. I have a few brief remarks regarding the Sunset Report I'd like to provide. First thing I'd like to do is just say thank you to Mr. Beverly and the Sunset staff. They were very professional. They were very thorough. We've worked collaboratively with them since the beginning of last fall and have had a good working relationship with them through the Sunset process. We at TDCJ really see the Sunset process as an opportunity for good change. And if you look back at our organization, at some of the significant changes to include actually the creation of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, those came from Sunset reviews. So we look forward to this process. TDCJ is a large agency with even a larger mission, which is to provide public safety. I am extremely proud of the women and men who do yeoman's work each and every day, muchly out of the public eye, in our facilities and in our parole offices and in our facilities. Our recidivism rates are among the lowest in the country, and these men and women work hard to help ensure that, one, they keep us safe, but they also work hard to try to help individuals make change in their life that's meaningful. And we work on that every day, and I'm very proud to work alongside those individuals. We've had lots of achievements in the agency, but we certainly recognize there are lots of things we can improve, and we look forward to that. We appreciate the thoughtful recommendations of the Sunset Review, and we agree with those. We did provide some suggestions on how those might be implemented through our letter to the Sunset Committee. But as an agency, as Chairman Nichols said, we've been working to implement many of the management recommendations and get the ball rolling on those. And I wanted to outline just some of those for you today. On issue 2, we have established an Office of Organizational Development within our Human Resources Division that is focusing on employee coaching, retention, and wellness, along with our other initiatives. Mr. Mendoza, Oscar Mendoza, our former Deputy Executive Director, is taking the lead for that office. Oscar's an executive coach. We'll go through the process of helping us develop the training and the other components we need, but also working on the evaluation, the other points that are made in the Sunset Review, which we certainly agree we need to make those changes. Also related to issue 2, in December, we will be presenting our board with a new policy as it relates to employee disciplinary. We have been working on that for about the last 18 months. And our policy that we have in place today is much too rigid. The policy that we will be presenting to our board emphasizes more employee development rather than just punishment. Mr. Mendoza will be heavily involved as we roll that out, because tied to that will be training our leaders on how to do that new process. On issue 3 in October, our board approved the creation of the Office of Strategic Initiatives and Modernization. And our new director, Andy Barbie, has hit the ground running and is already working on building his team and impactful projects that they have within them. On issue 4, our board approved merging the rehabilitation programs and the reentry and integration division to establish the new rehabilitation and reentry division. This aligns with Sunset recommendations. At the same time, we also created the chaplaincy and volunteer division. This division will oversee the activities related to our chaplaincy and our volunteer activities, and will also help us address the issues that you see in the report about the programs and the need for those to be evaluated and recorded correctly. So this divide will help us be able to do that. We're also working closely with Windham School District and Superintendent Hartman to develop the MOU, and are certainly prepared to process through the recommendation to move college programs to Windham, where we do believe they would need to be as well. And we're looking forward to that. On issue 7, the private facility and contract monitoring oversight division of TDCJ has essentially been dissolved, and the contracts that are associated within those that division have been assigned to the operational area of the agency that has oversight for those contracts. We have done that. That's just a quick update, Chairman, on our process and progress so far. Our momentum will continue, I assure you, to try to get these things in place. And I look forward to working with you and the Sunset Commission as well, their staff, but at the same time, certainly here for questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Collier. At this time, the chair now will recognize the Windham School District Superintendent Christina Hartman. Ms. Hartman.
Good morning, Chair Bill, Vice Chair Parker, and members. I'm Christina Hartman, Superintendent with the Windham School District. Very happy to be here with you all today. As you're aware, Windham School District operates the schools in 100 campuses across the Texas Department of Criminal Justice and privately operated facilities. We employ about 1,000 employees, certified teachers, principals, educators, and staff to support the operations. I would also like to begin with a thank you to the Sunset team for their thorough review and their insightful comments. We certainly agree with all of the recommendations, and also thank my colleague, Executive Director Brian Collier, who always says yes when we ask about doing something innovative and new, and our board for their fantastic ideas that they bring to the table as well. In reference to the sunset response, I think that the largest recommendation that impacts Windham School District is the proposed transition of post-secondary education over to the district oversight. We're very excited about this opportunity. There are currently 13 institutions operating in the Department of Criminal Justice. 11 of them are community colleges and 2 of them are universities. We've already conducted a space assessment to see how we can expand those efforts. At this point, the district offers the academic programs, the high school diploma, high school equivalency, career and technical education training in 40 different courses, which progress very well into college programs for higher level training. And we also offer apprenticeship and life skills courses. So as it relates to post-secondary education, when we met with the Sunset team, we really felt that we could absorb this without a fiscal note and that would be no issue. Having had 1 month now access to the data and dreaming about post-secondary education just about every night, we're going to have to revisit that and request potentially 4 positions to assist us in the endeavor with the transition to post-secondary education and sustainability with expansion. You all are likely aware that Pell Grants are now available for people in state and federal prisons, and we really envision Texas being a leader in that endeavor and would appreciate some consideration for the additional staffing to make this to make this work. Also, Rider 26 that currently governs post-secondary education reimbursements, there are some proposed language edits to Rider 26, not only transitioning from TDCJ to Windham, but also clarifying what the funds can be utilized for, in addition to student tuitions, books, fees, things like program startups. Many of these colleges will have a difficult time coming in without a student base there and providing the equipment necessary and the resources necessary without some consideration there. We'd like to recognize also and thank Sunset for mentioning the hard work of our teachers and our student advisors and principals in placing students in parole voted programs. They were very happy to see that they're doing a good job, and we very much appreciate it. Finally, 2 other components. Windham has already submitted to our Board of Trustees office the process and schedule for the rule review of our 2 rules. And we will start the process also in December 2024 of the review and determination of whether the reasons for these rules existing still apply. Finally, we have 1 independent recommendation not mentioned in the report related to Chapter 19 of the Education Code, which governs Windham School District. There are 3 components to it. The first is some updated language to align with practitioner norms. So things like shifting vocational to career and technical education, GED to high school equivalency certificate, things that exist in our community and nation that would update that language. The second is including in 19.011 data sharing with Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. It is already there for Texas Workforce Commission. This would allow us to data share with higher ed coordinating boards so we can track Windham students that enter post-secondary education programs, track the post-secondary education program completion of individuals in those programs during incarceration, and their continuing education following incarceration. Part of that fiscal note request that we have is for a data analyst and transfer coordinator position that would be responsible for gaining all this data from the colleges and partners, and then we would share that with the public. And the final component is an update to our district goals in Chapter 19, shifting the language to align with the Education Code and other components of Chapter 19, referring to our students as students. And this will help me, of course, with recruiting teachers so that they identify the students who are incarcerated based on their potential as students, regardless of the setting. That concludes my report, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Superintendent Hartman. We appreciate your report this time. The chair recognizes Ms. Marshall Mobley. Board of Pardons.
Good morning, Chair Bell, Vice Chair Parker, and members of this distinguished committee. My name is Marcia Mauberly, and I'm Chair of the Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles. Also joining me today is Mr. Tim McDonald, Chief of Staff. We appreciate the opportunity to appear before this committee to discuss the Sunset Staff Report. Just a brief background on myself. Prior to being named as chair of the Parole Board, I served for 3 years in the Angleton Board Office as a board member. And prior to that, I served as a parole commissioner for 12 years in the Amarillo and Austin board offices. Although I'm somewhat new to this role, and entering the stage when Sunset was wrapping up, I have asked Mr. McDonald to come with me today and be a resource. He was our point person during the entire Sunset review, so I appreciate you allowing that. Mr. McDonald has been with our agency for nearly 35 years, and we appreciate his experience as we've moved through this Sunset review process. First and foremost, I would like to thank and compliment your staff on the thoroughness and professionalism exhibited throughout their review. Positive feedback was received from our BPP staff regarding the interactions they had with the Sunset team as they gathered information, learning and understanding the intricate nature of BPP, and really understanding any state agency for that matter is no easy accomplishment. And we recognize their efforts. Their understanding of our agency, as demonstrated as their questions and later their report clearly indicated their comprehension. I am a firm believer in striving to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of our operations to become more effective and efficient to our citizens of our great state. Reviews such as this are valuable tools to sharpen our processes and adjust as required. With respect to the report itself, I provided our agency response on October 9th to Mr. Beverly at the Sunset Advisory Commission. While the report also covered other entities, our response pertained specifically to the issues relevant to our agency. We also had the opportunity to speak with many of you or many of your staff members, and I've appreciated that time. Several of the recommendations are directed toward increased communication and collaboration between the Parole Board and the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. I completely agree. The continued success for parole in Texas is contingent upon both agencies communicating and collaborating, working together for those released on parole supervision. We know that this continued effort will definitely be important as we move forward through our processes. I've had the opportunity to meet with the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Chair Nichols and Executive Director Collier, and we've had great communication, and we all have the desire and interest in continuing our collaboration. With that, I again want to thank Mr. Beverly and his staff for the work that they have done to examine our agency and make recommendations to improve our operations. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your comments. Appreciate those. At this time, the chair would recognize Mr. Tim McDonald, Board Partner.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Bell, Vice Chair Parker, and members of the committee. My name is Tim McDonald. I'm the Chief of Staff for the Parole Board, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. I think Chair Moberly summed up our view of the overall Sunset Review, and we appreciate the work of your staff.
Thank you all for your prepared remarks this morning. Members, are there any questions for anyone on the panel? Ms. Holt, Representative Holt.
Thank you. Okay, now it's working. Thank you all for being here, and I visited with most of you and appreciate how hard you all work and the time, and I know you all care deeply about it. And as I have visited several of the prisons here in Texas and know the amount of effort and care and passion that you all have. So thank you all very much. I do have several questions, so I could ask a couple, and then if anyone else wants to, I don't want to dominate the questions. So a few of them to start with. Do you know how many parolees are currently out on bond for a second offense committed while they are on parole, and the nature of those offenses?
So Brian Collier, TDCJ. I do not know off of my notes as far as what that number would be. I absolutely get it for you. The scenario you're explaining to me would be someone who's been arrested, bonded out likely before we were able to issue a parole warrant. There might be a parole warrant existing, and that individual could be in the community with a warrant from us actually looking for that individual. I'll get you numbers and be able to break that down for you and find out those that are specifically what's the offense that they've been charged with, if that's helpful.
Yes,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you.
Yes, ma'am.
Do parole officers prioritize check-ins with these parolees or request modifications to additional conditions?
So parole officers typically carry a certain type of caseload. So we divide up for a couple of examples. So we have a super intensive supervision program, which are your highest risk individuals that are on GPS monitors, and we watch them through GPS. So those officers typically would only have those type cases. You have sex offender officers, you have officers that do special needs. So typically officers carry caseloads of similar type parolees. They can modify, they can go to the parole board and ask for a modification of condition. I know we talked about one special condition S, which is a substance abuse condition, and there is a policy prohibition on the agency side to not allow those officers to be able to modify that condition. We'll be working with the parole board to help address that because that is causing some pain points for some of our parole officers. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for that.
And Representative Holm, if I could just add one other thing, that I think it's related to your question, is that there are recommendations that you've seen in the Sunset Commission report about trying to use the advantages of technology responsibly to make sure that we are doing the very best job we can to run efficient operations. And I can tell you that the use of technology in the parole division, parole supervision, is something that we're looking very, very closely at as well.
I appreciate how much y'all are open to all the feedback from Sunset and already doing
Yes,
a lot of it. So I just appreciate all of you very much for that. How do y'all determine, and I know that we are short in parole officers and we need more, how do y'all determine like the internal caseloads for the different levels of supervision? How is all of that determined?
Sorry,
Oh, it's okay. Go
excuse
ahead.
me for stepping. If you're speaking from how do we determine it from the officer's standpoint, the officer assignment, or from the parolee standpoint? Or I can do both if you'd like.
For the parole officers.
Okay.
Yeah.
So parolees, when they are typically categories, let's say, I'll give you an example for sex offenders. A parolee that is a sex offender has a current or prior conviction for sex offense. They're probably likely required to register. They would be under a sex offender parole officer's caseload. How we select that officer for that caseload, ideally, we take a volunteer who is interested in doing that type of caseload, and then we go through a specialized training with them on how to handle sex offenders, because sex offenders have to be involved in treatment while they're on supervision. There's also polygraphs that are required. So there's lots of other components you need to know about that group. So that officer will go through training for that, and then as well supervise those individuals on sex offender supervision in smaller offices. So you could have a rural office where I may have 10 sex offenders and I may have 10 of some other category of parolee because there's not enough for a full caseload. So you would have in some cases a mixed caseload, and I've been to specialized training for the specialized piece of that. In other words, the sex offender part, but I might have regular supervision. In other words, just a typical parolee without anything that drives like special conditions that make that individual a special needs case or a substance use case or a sex offender case. If you're a regular supervision parolee, you might have conditions for certain conditions, but they're not going to be specialized based on your crimes or your past history. They're typically going to be requiring you to do standard things. So a regular officer, new officers typically get a regular caseload. And then after some level of experience, we try to go to specialized caseloads. And then we have, like, our special needs caseload is similar. Inmates that have mental health issues and or major medical issues go to a special needs caseload. They work with those individuals, and they also work with our local contractors that we do through TACUMI, or the Texas Correctional Office on Offenders with Medical and Mental Impairments. We have contracts where we contract with MHMR to actually provide services. So they go through specialized training to be able to manage that caseload type.
Okay. And I know that the parole officers can request modifications and to lift conditions of parole. And does this ability assist with effectively managing the cases? And obviously, we don't want parole officers just requesting modifications just to lighten their caseload. And so how is there a training? What do you think is like an effective system there?
The process, so there are certain special conditions that are imposed by the parole board that basically, in a way, time out, so to speak. So I could be released on electronic monitoring, which is more just more like a curfew requirement that it'll tell you when I'm home and when I'm not home. That requirement can be met after a certain number of days or months on that monitor. If you've done it successfully, then essentially that is satisfied. That condition has been satisfied. It doesn't physically have to be removed, but it has been satisfied. You could have anger management that Brian Collier, you're a parolee, you need to go through anger management. I would go to anger management classes. The condition wouldn't necessarily be removed, but I have satisfied it once I've completed that. You do have, though, an ability to modify a condition, and a parole officer could say, I don't feel like this individual needs that condition. They would then take it, the justification for why they feel that needs to be done, to a supervisor, basically get concurrence, and then be able to take that to a parole panel and ask the parole board to consider it. We would have to justify the reason we're making for why we're asking for that recommendation, and then the parole board could weigh it and decide one way or the other.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Back to something that was said at my first question.
Yes, ma'am.
It was a question because we see it a lot in Harris County, in these parolees and then out on bond. Do you think, and I guess then we can't find them and they're nowhere to be found. So do you think it would be more efficient if before granting bail for a parolee, the jurisdiction had to hold them and give them time to see if parole is revoked?
I think the opportunity to issue a warrant for the parole division would be something we would absolutely want to be able to do, even though we couldn't do a revocation hearing that quickly. But if someone's arrested, and give you an example, because I've seen these where you're picked up for robbery and then that individual bonds out, we find out about the arrest and the bond 2 days later, then we respond with a warrant, but that individual's already out of custody at that point. So having a way to know that up front would be helpful. Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Because
you.
we
I
could do
asked
that.
that because I live in the disaster that is Harris County, and we see this all the time. And it's a major, major problem. And we just have too many crime victims in Harris County, and it's just very, very sad and very devastating. So thank you for
Yes,
that.
ma'am.
I still have other questions, so I don't know if anybody else wants to. Okay. Thank
Please
you.
proceed.
Okay, thank you. Do we know how many parolees have absconded from halfway houses? Do we have any data on any of that, the absconding rates or other outcomes for people paroled to halfway houses versus private homes and the types of offenses?
Yes, ma'am. I don't have the data at my fingertip, but I'll get you the information. So we have contracted services that we consider halfway houses. We call them residential reentry centers around the state. People that go there are someone who's going to go to supervision who does not have an ability to live anywhere else. So they have no family option. They have no other option that they can live with. So they end up in a halfway house environment. The absconder rate, I can just tell you anecdotally, that rate is higher than it is for those that are in private residences. But also those individuals that go to halfway houses, it's almost the nature of who's there because they don't have the family ties. Many times they don't want to adhere to the rules of the halfway house because there are certain conditions, and we check them regularly, but we also have monitoring that we have to approve them going and coming and doing the things. And our goal is get to the halfway house, find employment, and then basically get out on your own. And many of them are able to do that in about a 90-day window. But we do have others who don't like the rules and they abscond. When that happens, we have to issue a warrant if we can't locate them, but we issue a warrant for their arrest. But it's going to be a higher rate, but I will get you the exact numbers.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
What information on a parolee is available to the public or to the victim or their advocate? Do you see any harm in providing information like conditions of parole and the location, or even just the county, which they're paroled, to the victim for their safety and peace of mind?
I know that our Victim Services Division works closely with those victims who have someone who's in the community, and they will work with them pre-release, during the board voting process, and also post-release. But I do also know under statute, and I'm not an attorney, but I can get the information as far as what those restrictions appear to be, where there are certain aspects of what a parolee's background is that are not publicly releasable. We do provide information on our website about information about where they are, what some of those, where they may be residing, but I don't know that we have all their conditions or some of the other pieces there, because my understanding is that's not information that we can allow to be public. Be happy to do so if that was changed, but I believe there's a statutory requirement that we follow that restricts what we are able to provide right now.
Okay, thank you. Yeah,
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
something that we can all revisit to figure that out, because I
Yes,
think
ma'am.
definitely victims
Yes, ma'am.
should know some of this information. So thank you.
I can tell you our Victim Services Division does work very, very closely with
Yeah.
it. And I can tell you from personal experience with a family member who was a crime victim, they work very closely with those individuals so they know what is going to be, where that person would be, maybe not exact address, but where they're going to be and when they may, kind of how that's going to be handled by the parole officer. The parole officer many times would know that as well. So
Okay.
we do try our best to do that.
Thank you. And another one. How many in total offenders released on medical parole do we not know, like the location for, and have absconded? I know there was 5 mentioned in the report. Do we know how far back it goes? Have we always had this issue?
It's a relatively low number. One, the universe is somewhat small as well. There's not a huge number of people that are released on
Right.
medically recommended intensive supervision, but the absconder rate for that group is low.
Yeah.
Many of them don't have the physical capability to do it, but there are some that do have the ability to do it, and we have had it. I can get you numbers, and I can go back roughly 10 years if you'd like, or further, to try to get you data on what that looks like.
Awesome. Yes.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you so much.
You bet.
And I have a couple more, and then I'm done. For the BPP, do you have data on how many people are denied parole and then have a statutorily required review within a year and are denied again? And what the cost is to staff time to prepare the review, to TDCJ, to prepare the inmate for review? Would a set off for longer timelines work? And I ask because I believe y'all mentioned this in your self-report. And so I want to know if there are offenders for whatever reason. Maybe it's their disciplinary history, nature of offense, that the BPP knows they are not going to grant a review the next year or even in 2 years, but that y'all are required by law to have another review then. Would giving the BPP some discretion in setting a review timeline, as long as it's within 5 years, improve the efficiency of the system? And of course, you would have the discretion to do it in a year. If they believe the chance the next year, if this would reduce inefficiencies.
Okay, well, thank you for that question. Absolutely, we can come up with the numbers. I don't have them at my fingertips, but we could come up with the numbers of how many people are denied and then become eligible again within 12 months. We are restricted by statute, and there are specific offenses, which I believe you are knowledgeable of those offenses that are allowed 12-month set off, 24-month set offs, all the way up to 10 years. And so I think perhaps the discussion about what offenses should have a greater set off period and how it's impactful with with victims. And I think that that's a great discussion to have. And I would be happy to discuss it. I think as far as the parole board members are concerned, we fully enter into a review when we're required to enter into that review, and we give it complete, detailed analysis. If it's a requirement of a 12-month review, we will absolutely do that and fulfill all of our legal requirements, meeting with victims, meeting with stakeholders upon each review. I'm hopeful that we're not judging a case until it's been fully reviewed. But if there are offenses that should be looked at that could be included in multi-year set-offs, I think it would be a great tool.
Okay, thank you for that. And I know y'all have many different things you make determinations on, what's parole, modifications, clemency, capital clemency. Can you explain kind of what goes into each of those, like to determine what leads to y'all's determinations, the decisions, and how much staff time, not just for the voters, but just the staff time in helping all of the background for each of those different cases. And I know that could look different, whether it's a modification, parole, clemency, capital clemency. I'm just kind of curious as, the staff time and what goes into those decisions.
So as far as the overall staff time, our agency is set up with an institutional parole division, and they conduct all of our inmate-related research and collection of information. They prepare a case file. If there are legal aspects that need to be addressed, we seek out our general counsel department. If there are interactions in regard to non-capital clemency matters, we also have that clemency department that all are utilized as resources to compile information that then goes to the voting members of our board. And as far as time calculations of each task, I cannot tell you exactly what that would entail, but we all have our day-to-day operations, and we're functioning through the system fairly productively. And then our voters, our voting panels receive the cases. There are cases that may take a process of months. We have legal requirements of notifications with victims and notifications of trial officials. And so there are different timelines on different cases, and we respect all of those requirements.
Thank you. My last question. Is there any sort of data tracking that y'all do on decisions to help base future decisions? Is there any sort of system in place where y'all can look back, and even if it's boards from years past, to see whether it be decisions on, modifications, parole, non-capital clemency and capital clemency, to make sure that y'all are making the best and most informed decisions. So whether it be recidivism rates, looking at parole, or clemency, non-capital clemency and capital clemency, where a recommendation was not made for clemency, but later that person was exonerated, whether that's they're spending life in prison or on death row, and then whether they were not executed or executed and then later exonerated. So I am wondering if there is a tracking or data so y'all can go back and say, this is where, whether even if it's a previous board, maybe where we got it wrong, these are the things we need to look at to make sure, and again, recidivism or innocence.
I can speak to that briefly here. Looking at the number of decisions we make each year, it's close to 80,000 parole determinations we make each year. And a couple things we look at in determining whether or not we're successful in what we do is each year we look at the number of individuals who have completed their parole successfully. And I think last fiscal year, it was about 25,000 individuals completed their parole successfully. Another thing we look at is the revocation numbers, those individuals that are on supervision, the numbers that have been revoked. And last year, I think we had about 4,500 individuals who had their parole revoked out of a population of, I think, close to 77,000 that are out there. Historically, those are some of the lowest revocation numbers we have had in the past 30 years. So we're judging that as a sign of making good parole decisions. And Representative Hull, you talked about the recidivism rate with the Legislative Budget Board that puts that together. The recidivism rate, the last report, I think, was a little over 14% of those that were released from state prison. And over the past 10 to 15 years, I think that level has come down from the mid-20s. So that's all an indication that we're making good decisions. But one of the things pointed out by your staff is we can look at the data and assess that a little better, and we're willing to do that. We're always seeking to improve.
Thank you. Yeah, especially, I mean, I appreciate the conversation with around parole and recidivism, but there's the other part of exonerations and innocence. And we have these two extremes. You don't want either one. And so I'd like to see that looked at as well. So yes, would love to work on this to move forward. So thank you all very much. And again, I appreciate all of you and know you all work very, very hard, and just thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Hull. Representative Kitson.
Real quick, not as good as Representative Hull's stuff, but based on a comment earlier, I am curious because I've seen this and we have this question. But anyway, I'll use anger management is the example because that's what was mentioned. But how do we have someone who has become eligible for parole, has spent time in TDCJ for however many years, and they still need some, I realize the transition to the outside world's difficult sometimes, but like anger management, how do they still need to go to anger management training on the outside when they had a lot of time on the inside? And there's other what I would think are even more serious conditions as well that they still need that help on the outside. How's that work?
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for the question. So in anger management specifically, we don't have a structured anger management program within our program, prison system programs. So we have anger management as components of our cognitive programs. Cognitive is a component of most of our treatment programs, and that is how you try to help think through, make better decisions, try not to make impulse decisions. But specific anger management programs, there are many of those that are very specialized in the community, like battering intervention programs that we utilize as a way to help follow up with those people when they're released. You also have some people who may have gone through treatment inside, and they may have continued that treatment as somewhat of an aftercare model when they get released. So some of the programs, we actually have some of our more intensive substance use programs require aftercare conditions and an aftercare component. So you would go through an intensive, you first get out of prison, you go to a residential setting where you're in treatment, then you move to outpatient treatment. So some of them are a continuation of what you actually did inside the prison. So many of them are that, but you're right. In anger management, we don't have specifics, but we blend that in with many of our other programs.
Aftercare is the key word, ongoing treatment.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Representative Kitson. Chair to recognize Mr. Austin.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a handful of questions, and I kind of want to start with staffing TDCJ, Mr. Collier.
Yes, sir.
I guess, and I'll say thank you all for your staff, some of the opportunity we had to visit. Right now, if I understand, y'all have about 5,500 openings.
Correct. Yes, sir, for correctional officers.
Correctional officers statewide. One of the I know that's a challenge in morale, everything else. What are some of the reasons for the staffing shortage? Is it geographic location? Is it culture, not wanting to come?
Probably the three legs I would give you for the stool. One is, I think, the workforce in general. And if you look at workforce statistics nationwide, the baby boomer generation retired earlier than anticipated. There's less young people in the workforce, and there are less people competing for more jobs. So that's one. But more so than that, for our business, it becomes a geographic issue sometimes. Many of the West Texas areas where we have prisons that were built in the 90s, those towns actually have less of a population today than they did when we put those prisons in. So attracting and holding staff there is very difficult. And many of our empty beds, that's where we have empty capacity. Unfortunately, we can't staff at a level to really bring all that capacity online. So that's geographic is a challenge there. We have strategies where we actually, and I won't call these best practice strategies, I will just tell you what we're having to do. We have a model of mobile correctional officers where we hire people who are willing to go to anywhere in the state for a year, and then they can choose the unit of their choice and transfer. We use those as people who, they may be in Amarillo for 2 weeks at a time, and then they may be in another part of the state for a week or two at a time as they help support the staffing that we have at those locations. We also transfer staff. We overhire where we can. Some of the metro areas, we're actually hiring well above 100%, and those officers will go at least one shift rotation, 1 week or shift cycle at another facility in a nearby area. They may either go daily or they may be there for a week at a time and in a hotel. Again, not models we love or embrace as the future, but models that let us keep the capacity and the operation going while we're doing the other. The third is really the culture. And you're right. Culture is a factor within our business. Part of it is the work of corrections officers, and it's not just in Texas, but to some degree, what we require everyone to do is based on when we were fully staffed. And in reality, you can't do all the things that we did 15 years ago and expect the quality of the level that you had 15 years ago. So we have to shift, not get rid of things that threaten public safety, but we've got to really go back and look at everything we do. We've done some modifications. We now count 6 times a day instead of 8 times a day. But we have many more things that we need to look at to try to make it more efficient and realistic, that the officer can actually perform the functions that you do. The other piece of the culture is training our team on how to bring those employees on and give them what we all had as young employees, as a desire to stay in the agency and a desire to do the work that we're asking them to do. And that's more difficult. It requires a lot of leadership training with our first level supervisors, and we're focusing right now on our lieutenants. I would tell you a lieutenant right now has more to do with retention than I do. Absolutely more to do than I do. And that individual is the one you deal with every day. So we have, about a year ago, we started a leadership forum with those, and we're trying to enhance. My goal with them would be to make them the most sought after ranked position we have as far as leadership skill, and try to make them the strongest leaders, because then they're going to be the stronger captains, majors, and wardens in the system. But culture is definitely a factor. Sunset pointed that out. We know it's a factor, and we know we've got a lot of heavy lifting to do there. I will say, the last 2 years, our retention rates have improved every month consistently for the last 2 years. Still not where we want them, but we have made quite a bit of ground from where we were. The legislature also has increased pay for correctional staff over 31%. So we've had a significant boost in salaries for correctional officers, and we're grateful for that. It is a pay issue, but not completely a pay issue. It's culture, pay, geography, and then just generally the workforce.
Well, the bad news is that y'all's business isn't going away.
No, sir, you're right.
I wish it would.
Yes, sir.
I want to focus just for a second on culture.
Yes, sir.
I would encourage you to spend a lot of time and work on exit reviews to
Yes, sir.
find out what's going on, because I think those are valuable tools that you can help. Those are some things that sometimes y'all can help influence. I want to move to pay for a second.
Yes, sir.
There's a high rate of overtime that's being paid.
Significant. Yes,
And
sir.
we appreciate the men and women that are doing all this, because they're putting a lot of burdens on them. They're stressing them out, but it's also causing burnout, et cetera.
Yes, sir.
A concern, and I want to be a little bit of an optimist. It's going to take a few years probably to get back up even to where you cut that 5,500 vacancy rate in half.
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of people that are counting on that overtime right now as part of their normal pay. And if that's reduced, that could ultimately contribute to turnover because of pay.
Yes, sir.
That's going to be a challenge. I'm not saying I have an answer. Overtime is overtime. You want to reduce it. But we're going to have to do something down the road and be mindful of that as you go forward.
Yes, sir.
I will say this with TDCJ, I think Representative Hall said visiting a bunch of the facilities, I think as a guest, right? Okay, just check it. I just wanted to clarify that. I had a little fun. Y'all are major employers throughout the state, and that does not go unrecognized. I do understand that in the rural areas where it's hard, please be mindful, but I think y'all are saying and you have in your LAR to do new dorms, as you call them,
Yes, sir.
are going where you have probably more so in the larger facilities,
Yes, sir.
in the more urbanized areas. But I do appreciate y'all's recognition of that and moving forward. I want to move to, I guess my term were the number of illegals in the system. I think y'all corrected me and said people not born here.
Yes, sir.
What percent of the population within the TDCJ system are those people not born here?
So currently, we have about 11,000 individuals in our prison system that are foreign-born, identified as foreign-born when they come in. We then begin a process working with Homeland Security. We share our data whenever someone arrives in prison directly with them, so they get an upload regularly from our system of who's in the system. We then begin the process of identifying for them who is foreign-born. They then begin a process of identifying who they want to put a detainer on. So your top end universe is about 11,000. You have about 7,000 with an actual detainer, meaning that Homeland Security has said, don't let this individual go without bringing him to us. And then you have about 5,000 of that 7,000 number that have actually gone through a deportation hearing or through the process with Homeland Security and been determined as illegal and would be deported. So roughly 7,000 have a detainer. We have a process where if someone is going to be released that's in that pool, immigration picks up every day for us at our facilities. So we release directly to them, and then they take that individual from there. So top end number, about 11,000, about 7,000 right now with a detainer. The rest are in the process of determining whether a detainer would be or wouldn't be issued. And then about 5,000 of that whole pool have already been determined that they would be deported no matter what. Some have to have a hearing after they get released, and then they determine if they're going to be deported. If I could just go back real quick on one of the other points you made. One to tell you that we started about a year ago with a correctional officer survey, and we send out about 1,100 surveys a month to our correctional employees. Now, that's not all TDCJ employees. We'll be expanding that, but we actually send it to their personal phone. It's about a 10-minute survey, and we get really good feedback from that. We are also taking a look at where we utilize the exit surveys as well, but we're trying to do surveys for staff who are here at different parts of their journey, post-academy, how long you've been on the unit, but actually it's anonymous. We're asking them, and we're taking action on those items we find in that survey. So that's been very helpful to us as well.
I recently heard Governor Abbott make a comment, the best place for a lot of these people are in our prisons because that means they're not out doing things, and completely agree. And y'all are doing a lot of the work that our federal partners have not been doing.
Yes,
And that's where I'm leading. When you put a detainer on them, that
Yes,
means it kind of becomes federal. Does the state receive any reimbursement at all from?
We do receive a limited amount of reimbursement. So the federal government has it's called SCAP. I'm trying to remember it's Criminal Alien Assistance Program. And basically there is a pot of money at the federal government that changes from legislative action time to time. But basically, if you're there's a survey that you complete every year from the feds, from the Department of Justice. We advise them who we're holding and who's in custody that's been determined as foreign-born or illegal. We then get a portion. We don't get a full reimbursement for all those individuals that we have, but we get a small portion of money, but it really is based upon who all's asking for the money. Because if they have county jails, they have other state prison systems that are asking for it, and they essentially divide it up among those. So I believe we got about $14 million last year in SCAP funding, and we typically will get funding every year to 2 years, but it's never a full accounting or a full reimbursement for that cost. But we do get some funding back from the federal government.
I appreciate your answer, and then I want to be careful not to skirt into the federal. I want to shift gears just for a second. A lot of the training and schooling and things that take place while they're there. At some point, we probably all know somebody that's been in the system and come back out. For the most part, I want to say I know a lot of the folks that they have been rehabilitated and come back out and been good citizens. So
Yes,
I think the system is working. I don't want to go without saying that. I've been recently made aware of a program in the state, second chance hiring.
Yes,
I
sir.
think there's a lot of people that have been involved in that. I've really impressed companies I least expected, including some banks that had in there that at least expected. Would you how is that working? How long has that kind of been in place? How is that working, whether it's Portland Paroles or for
Yes,
y'all? How is that working, and what other resources you need? Because anything we can do to have, when these folks do get out, to have them become better citizens, that is an ultimate goal.
Yes, sir. So it's interesting because it's like the hourglass. I flip it one way and tell you as an employer, this is a very difficult time to hire employees, but I flip it and tell you that for our releasing population, I've never seen it better. There's never been a better opportunity to have people employed than I've ever seen, because more employers, because of the workforce, are coming to the table and saying, I might consider hiring someone coming out of the system. Can we help you? Our reentry staff work closely with those employers. Our manufacturing, agribusiness, and logistics staff do as well. We have a 2030 goal to have 95% of our exiting population employed before they go home. Right now, we're at about 30%. So that was about 5% 2 years ago. We have a long way to go to get to that 95% mark, but I truly think it's achievable because of what you just said. There are more companies today that are willing to try it. There's companies that are having great success hiring our people as they come out that have been through Windham programs or vocational programs. But there's a great incentive for those employers. There's a tax through the Workforce Commission. There's tax incentives as well as bonding that can be given to the employer so they can get a benefit. Also, the Texas license and regulation, there have been very favorable to working with us on ways to help people get licenses when they come out of the system. Windham actually works with them now before they put someone in a program that's going to require a license. They'll know before they go into class that that individual could be licensed. So when they work through that, and that door has opened up significantly over the last several years. Texas has been good for second chance hiring. And I would say the way the legislature has responded has been very helpful. I get employers all the time who just rave about the fact that they're hiring these individuals. We have them out. They're doing very, very well. Some exclusively hire parolees. We have actually TDCJ. We hired a parolee recently to be the reentry specialist at our unit in Bartlett that we just opened, our innovation unit, because I think we need to walk the walk and talk the talk if we're going to do it. So we've actually hired, she's been out 5 years, done extremely well, and we just hired her. We've got former inmates that we've hired as truck drivers and other categories as well who are doing extremely well.
And if I could just add my 2 thoughts on that as well, if you don't mind. If in my view, as the chair of the board, I know I speak on behalf of the board, if you're looking, if the state is looking towards putting dollars towards improving outcomes, I would certainly encourage, and the board would encourage, always looking not only to the great education programs that Superintendent Hartman does such a great job of leading within the system, but it's undeniable that one of the greatest deterrents to recidivism and reentry into our system is leaving our system with a marketable skill, a trade. And you all have seen the press, you know, the workforce shortages in our state. There are opportunities out there. I know there was a Wall Street Journal article the other day that talked about the new millionaires that are folks who actually have a trade, HVAC, plumbing, electrical, any of these great trades that members of the population, if provided the opportunity, and if they qualify, because obviously not everybody qualifies, but if they qualify, as Director Collier is saying, and as Superintendent Hartman would tell you, if they will step forward and take advantage of those opportunities, we have to provide the opportunities. They step forward, they go to vocational training. And as Mr. Collier said, I don't want to bury that headline. We've been working effectively with the Department of Licensing and Regulation for those professions where you need a certification or a license, that you can either obtain that certification while you're in our system, or you can apply for and have ready for you when you walk out the door, walk out the fence line, you've got your license that you can then take to one of those employers who, as Mr. Collier is saying, we have employers actually coming into the system to interview potential hires, especially in those fields. So I hope that's helpful as well from my perspective, that if we're talking about investment in the future and improving outcomes, that's something that I would definitely recommend.
Mr. Chairman, just a couple more questions. I want to go to the response, Ms. Marbley, that you sent, and some of the questions we discussed may be better answered by TDCJ versus y'all. But one question I want to ask for anybody, there's been a lot of discussion in the report and with y'all, just use of technology. Do you feel you're receiving the support you need from DIR? What other types of investments that you need to make? I know you're trying to go from paperless, moving to tablets, just always worried about cybersecurity, security of those tablets, restricted access, or I'm just kind of asking a general question.
Yes, sir. I'll speak about the bones of the system, and unfortunately, everyone here probably is a recipient of some of the old technology that we have. So we have an aging mainframe COBOL-based system in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice that we've had. It's over 40 years old. We need to replace that system. We actually came to the legislature with a plan to do that in 2019, got the funding for that. We wanted to go and buy one off the shelf. We do not want to build one from scratch to do that. And we've tried those projects and they're not typically successful in our world. So we want to buy one. There are commercial markets out there with systems that replace for correction systems. We got a vendor in place. We had that vendor come in before we actually started the work. The 5% reductions came in 2020. We returned that money because we hadn't started the project, but the legislature gave it right back in 21. So we started that project in early 22. And we just terminated the contract or let the contract die essentially with the vendor. We did not get what we paid for. We did not get all the parts of the contract, but what we did at the time, we actually moved all of our data from servers to a cloud. That was one of the big pieces of it. That is done, and that was a very painful process with the vendor that we had in place. But we did not see continued progress on the system that we should have had and delivered. So we stopped as of the end of October to stop the contract and not go any further. We still recouped. We got $24 million. We had expended about 15 to 16. The lift off of the servers will recoup about $3.5 million a year in savings. So there's some benefit from that. But at the same time, we did not want to expend another $8 million on a project we felt did not have a forwarding ladle. So we are right now working to come into the legislative session with a plan to provide an IT system that would do our prison and our parole community supervision part that would be an off-the-shelf system. There's several out there. We're working with our private vendor, who was our oversight vendor for the IT project, to help us identify those and identify that cost figure. So that is crucial to us being able to move ahead with many of the other things that we have to do in the system. Tied to that, in our legislative appropriation request is a broadband expansion request we brought broadband to the front of the unit. We did that through a dishes grant that we got during COVID, but we need to get it back in the unit. So you've got basically now faster times getting to their unit, but you still have old cabling throughout the system, and we're trying to replace that, and we're asking for funding to do that. So our aging, unfortunately, technology system saddles the parole board with that, also saddles Windham. Unfortunately, it's the bones of that system. So it has to be changed, and that's one of our top priorities to get
Yes,
that
I
done.
opened up Pandora's box, didn't I?
No, it's just, I wish I could tell you we had it fixed and we were great. That's where we were headed, but the project didn't go as planned, but we cut our losses, so to speak, and we are retooling, and we'll get it done. But at the same time, I'm disappointed we didn't get it done the way we were headed.
I want to go to, I have two more questions in the response section. Response was based on recommendation 5.3, so require TDCJ and TDCJ and the Board of Pardon and Paroles to establish corresponding modification processes in rule. I think Representative Hall, this is kind of, I thought, part of your question back to them. My question on all these modifications that can be done by the parole officers, you know, it's delegated down. You want to have them be able to take action. Not knowing the full role, you know, you have favoritism or not, or lack of, how do you come back and look at exceptions or monitor exceptions or any deviation from the plans to look, hey, we've made a good decision. Is there somebody that's an outlier that's modifying where they should or shouldn't? You kind of see the direction where I'm going. How do you follow up and monitor those decisions or deviations?
From the division side, and obviously Pro Board sets a condition and then we go back with them on information. But I think for us moving forward with that recommendation, we have to be smart about how we structure that, because as a parole officer, I may have feelings, but that needs to be backed up with a justification and a good reasoning for why I feel like that needs to be modified or why it needs to be changed. That might be an assessment. That might be a recommendation from a third-party vendor. That might be just knowledge of the case. But we have to have those pieces of structure to actually be able to then go back to the parole board and say, we feel like based on this, that we would ask you to consider modifying it. And right now, we're not at that point. There are some conditions that can be modified or satisfied, but some that we now tell parole officers you can't modify it at all, and that's a hindrance on their part. But we've got to be careful how we open that gate, so to speak, is figure out how we're going to do it in a way that's measured and that we have good data to back it up so that we don't mess it up.
And if I can just add to what Mr. Collier said, you talked about the use of technology. We have an electronic processing system for a transmittal to be sent from the parole officer to the parole board in a matter of minutes. And we can look at a request to either impose or withdraw a condition and make a decision within that day or the next day. So the technology has really helped us along expediting that process to look and evaluate conditions.
To your point, there's one thing I will see if I state this right, Ms. Marbley. Y'all quoted, I think you have 80,000 requests that come to y'all request, and y'all act on about 30,000, if I understood that right, during the year, yes or no? But I was impressed by the time, once it comes to y'all with your electronic voting, how quickly you respond. I think I was impressed by that.
Well, I think to piggyback on what Mr. Collier said, even though there have been some technology hurdles in the last couple of years, we have moved successfully to reviewing more cases electronically. And it has enabled our board to make decisions in a greater expeditious way. And it has allowed us to have some storage of information at our fingertips to review as we need it, whether it be a transmittal or a regular case. We're getting that information quickly and we're turning those votes over, which makes it simpler, easier, less frustrating for the parole board.
Thank you.
Mr. Austin, I'm
sorry,
sorry.
no,
I would
yes,
love to
go
jump
ahead.
on the technology bandwagon for just a second while we're discussing it. We in the district find that is the most area where we're the most efficient and not comparable to community programs. And we've applied for a $12 million federal grant to provide connectivity in all of our classrooms, libraries, and career and technical education areas. This is extremely problematic when we look at training programs like automotive, where you need access to diagnostics and whitelisted access. So we're hopeful that grant will come, and we're taking it a step farther. We're looking at states who have implemented technology, that you may see students in their dorms with laptops continuing their studies through learning management systems. It allows the ability to expand services. And it is also quite frustrating to our teachers that are coming from public school settings in terms of the connection, particularly with the younger students who are used to having technology in their hands. And the final comment I'll make is some of the best practices we're seeing other states that have implemented this technology already is that some of the students are working in federal work study programs. They're working remotely with different employers while they're incarcerated. Part of their salary goes to the Department of Corrections to pay for reasonable living costs. Another part of their salary pays all their restitution and fines, pays their child support, and then they're keeping a job as they transition into the community. We're not at that point yet to have those particular discussions. I think it's interesting to consider the possibilities when appropriate technology is available for secure use in programs.
Last comment or question. In the response, 6.3, the rule said require BPP to establish a process in rule for assessments of an inmate's prognosis for MRIS cases, medical release, intensive supervision. Y'all had a little pushback on this. I think, would you mind sharing a little bit of your comments and why? I said y'all have a concern that a healthcare practitioner required an identifying an offender's ability to constitute a threat to public safety.
Absolutely. I believe that we absolutely agree with the enhanced documentation from healthcare providers, and we welcome additional information, more detailed information, maybe an explanation in layman's terms of medical information. So we agree with an enhanced report. However, there is a component of public safety that is imperative that we analyze the criminal activity, the criminology, the information behind the crime, the history, the patterns, to allow the parole board to make that piece of determination in regard to public safety.
So but if I understand right, you're suggesting let the parole board do this instead of the medical. But
Currently,
but you would
right.
have a defined process, which, does it go to the doctor or does it come to y'all?
Right. I think there's a twofold recommendation that we're receiving. So we would welcome the enhanced medical report. And then the little piece about the final determination of public safety to hold that for the parole boards. But we absolutely, on medical release cases, need a full accounting of medical information.
I'm done. My question, the last comment, I'll say to the men and women that y'all represent that are not here, please tell them thank you, because it's a thankless job and they're protecting the safety and keeping these folks off the streets. And again, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. Any other questions? All right, Senator Middleton. Oh,
Thank you, Chairman. Brian, I think just a quick question for you here. We have the chart here on the TDCJ, both your, I guess, your current system capacity and your actual operating capacity. The actual is lower,
Yes, sir.
because of staffing issues, and those lines are crossing. And I know you put in a grant or a LAR for the 12 expansion dorms. What are those numbers? Because that chart is very concerning, where the total inmate population is estimated to be 151,000 in 2028, when we're at 139,000 max
Yes, sir.
capacity today. And that's only 4 years from now. That's not very far.
Yes, sir.
So that really is concerning to me to see that, where I think we're fortunately entering a more tough on crime era. So that's probably going to be a pretty conservative number, that 151, I'm thinking.
Yes, sir.
So,
So and that's great point, because that is something that definitely concerning for us as well, to try to stay ahead of, because you have to have the capacity in place before they get there, obviously. So right now you have about 135,000 inmates in the system. You have about 6,000, a little less than 6,000 empty beds in prisons we're already functioning in right now. Unfortunately, several of those beds are unusable because they're in West Texas or parts where we can't staff. We do the strategies I was talking about earlier, where we have officers that are going to locations. In our legislative appropriation request, so let me back up, to deal with the population that's coming, let's say in the next 2 years. We are in process of two things right now. One, we opened a prison in October, the Bartlett unit. It was a unit that we had idled several years ago. We've reopened it. It's a 1,000-bed facility. That gives us additional capacity. In December or January, depending on when we need it, we will open another 2,000-bed facility in the Palestine area that we idled as well. We also have gone into the system and looked at all of our existing buildings and structures and begun the process of actually identifying where can we add capacity based on what we already have. And we had, when we built facilities in the 90s, we had nearly 10,000 people in what I would call administrative segregation, restrictive housing, or the one cell, they were in a cell by themselves in a very restricted environment. Today, we have about 3,000, a little less than 3,000 in that category. But those cells were constructed with one bunk. Those cells are the same size as a 2-bunk cell. So we're going in and adding bunk capacity to those, which gives us basically another 1,000 beds in the system as well. So those beds will come online early this spring. As we are right now, the LBB does our population projections. We also, in our own in-house research team, do them as well. Right now, we're tracking below both of those numbers. So we're not at the level the LBB said we would be right now or in the coming months. So right now, it is at least slower than anticipated, but we still have to be ready. In our legislative appropriation request, we're asking you for expansion dorms. In expansion dorms, we have those on a lot of our facilities today, where we have a 400-bed dorm that's separate from the prison, but on the prison property, and it houses 400 individuals. The cost to construct one is around $20 million. So what we looked at was a model where we could actually build those, but build them on the units we can fully staff, like in El Paso, Texas, where we have 100% staffing and we do not have a staffing concern at that unit. Put an expansion dorm there, or potentially even 2, to give you expanded capacity. It's about a 27-month build cycle to build those. We are designing it now, but that would give you capacity as you go forward. If population doesn't achieve the numbers that they're recommending, then it gives you some flexibility. But if we do meet the numbers, you're going to need those beds. And then I think when you get into 27, depending on what the LBB is predicting, and you look at 30 and 32 and going into the 2030s, it's potential that you're going to need to discuss a new prison being built in Texas. Because unless something changes economically with our facilities in West Texas that allows us the ability to staff. One of the things we are trying in our legislative appropriation request is we're asking for $6 million to build a dorm in Amarillo, Texas. That would house 80 people. So our goal would be that that draws people to the Amarillo area. Amarillo's got like a 2.6 unemployment rate. We have a prison there that's running at about 40% staffing. Even with the pay raises and everything that we've done, we're still sorely understaffed there. The competition is really tough. We have another prison right next door that is empty. We send people to Amarillo every week to help augment the staff at that one unit. So our goal with that dorm is we can build it relatively inexpensively. It would house 80 people. That may draw people into the area and give us the opportunity to open that second unit. If it doesn't, we can offset our hotel cost by those that we're moving up there every week and be able to use those beds as basically a hotel for those that we're transferring up. So we're trying that option to see if that would work. If it does work, then it would give us an opportunity to do more of that type model to try to see if we can keep up with it. We have a plan that gets you into 27, 28. But again, right now we're not achieving the numbers that they're recommending, but we've got to figure out really how we're going to get you in the 30s or get us in the 30s. I'm sorry.
And that was like, 12,000 estimated was the shortage, some 11, 12, somewhere in there. So what's the net new that, y'all submitted your LAR? What's the net additional? Because I mean, there could be some shutdowns I don't know about, or some renovations I don't know about. So what's the net increase that includes that 12 expansion?
So right now you have roughly just under 6,000 beds on the facilities that we operate that are empty. You have another roughly 5,000 beds that are on facilities that we have idled, where we've closed it. We're not operating any part of it. One of those is like the one in Amarillo that I was talking about. If staffing strategies can allow us to open those beds, then your capacity increases by over 10,000. So right now you're at 136 in capacity or 137. That would push you well into the 140s. The expansion dorms get you well into the 150s and carry you into that next level. And those beds would be, again, they're about 27 months to construct. We understand that. So that's something that we have been talking to leadership offices about, the need to kind of get that moving as soon as we could, if we're fortunate to get the funding.
Very good. And I had one other on the county side of it where, I mean, I know you've heard of this, where we got a 45-day clock, when someone's convicted, they're going to be in TDCJ, but they're still being held in the county jail.
Yes, sir.
And, I've heard from a number of sheriffs about this, and the hang up seems to be the paperwork when they apply. This is, that 45 days doesn't start at the conviction. It starts, I think, essentially when y'all approve where they're going to go. And I guess one of my concerns is, are we getting hung up there on the county side of it because of these staffing issues where you're having a hard time placing these inmates? And the consequence of that is the county jails are full. And of course, at that point, that cost is on the county taxpayers because they're not a TDCJ inmate. They only get I think the $77 a day, I believe it is, after that 45 days. So,
Yes,
you're not getting to the 45-day clock because it's taking so long to get this essentially figured out and where the inmate's going to go. And that's a burden that's on our county. So how are we handling that? I mean, this is an issue that I keep hearing about from law enforcement, and we definitely need to do better.
Yes, sir. So last legislative session, you actually passed a bill that requires us to pay if we're over the 45-day window. We also, as part of that bill, worked with the Jail Standards Commission to come up with a process. What's that process going to look like? And what has to be, there's about a 5-day window. When you submit paperwork, we then have a 5-day window, if I'm not mistaken, to basically say we've gotten it, it's complete, and the clock starts ticking. And then we inform the county at that time. We don't have to know where the inmate's going to go. We're not worried at that point about what unit we're going to bring the individual to. From that point, he moves to a queue for us to be able to bring that individual into the system. That is what has happened, and I'm sure sheriffs are seeing it. So this time, 2 years ago, it was about 17, 18 days on average for us to bring someone in from the time we did that certification that the paperwork's correct. Let's bring them in about 17, 18 days. Today, that's more like 25. And that's a product of our capacity and our system that is growing, and the fact that we are working within our facilities to try to make everything work within the capacity. We're still well within the 45-day window, but at the same time, if I was a sheriff, they may be feeling some of that because in the last couple of years, we had it very low when we had additional capacity and we had empty beds at more locations than we do now. So we're still well within what the requirements are. But again, it's not that we need to know where the inmate is. It's really, we have a process that we agreed on that just says, when you send the paperwork, we've got X number of days to verify it's complete, because many times we get paperwork, it's incomplete. We have to go back to the county and ask them to please bring, complete that packet. If we have to do that, then that stops the process. That's not that often that happens, but it does happen. But once we put them in the queue, we're running probably about 25 days to get them in the system.
From the time they basically submitted the, I guess.
From the time
paperwork.
we both have said that paperwork's good to go. It's
Okay, from
clean
the
and
time
it's
good.
good.
But what about before that? What's the average on that? Before
Most county, it depends on the county. So the district clerk is usually the entity in a county that's going to assemble what's known as a pin packet. And there's a pin packet. As soon as that's assembled, some counties electronically send it to us. We're working actually with Dallas County now on a method to do it completely electronic. But some counties actually send it electronically as soon as the district clerk is done with it. But if there's any gap in the county, it could be at the district clerk to the sheriff level, or when that information is sent, but we take them 24/7, 7 days a week, obviously.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, Tarrant had a big one. I know they submitted a reimbursement that was denied because they said it was basically the pre paperwork submission timeline didn't count to the 45 days. I think
Yes, sir.
that was the outcome on that. And I mean, it's kind of systemic though, where, we've got too many cases for our parole officers. We know this. Then we're facing staff and possibly bed shortages in our jails. And then it's backing all the way up,
Yes,
to
sir.
the county level, where it's like the whole thing, is getting jammed up here.
Each piece of the system impacts the
Right.
other.
And
Yes, sir.
so that, that's obviously on the county level, they're suffering the consequence of that, where then they have to go perhaps build a bigger county jail, which they got to put on the ballot, and the, tax goes up, your county property taxes go
Yes,
up.
sir.
So that's a consequence of that.
And if I can add too, I think that your question is a good one. It goes to kind of operational efficiencies. I think there are operational efficiencies that can be improved on the TDCJ side and also on the county side. So if you have an interest, and I know you do from your question, in this particular issue, I can tell you that there are, from my perspective, there are issues about paperwork requirements that in fact the legislature has imposed that are not always followed at the local level. So there's a lot of factors that go into trying to make that process run as efficiently as possible. But like you, I get calls from sheriffs as well and asking about where we are on making our process better.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Milton. This time Chair recognizes Vice Chair Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you all being here and providing all the excellent testimony. And thank you for your responsiveness to the sunset recommendations. You all do an exceptional job. I have a unique perspective as being a former chairman of corrections in the House and working with you all for many years and touring facilities all over the state, including death row, and know just how rigorous and difficult your work is every day. So again, on behalf of the people of Texas, just how much we appreciate you and how grateful we are for you. And I think one of the things that's important when we look at broadly all the sunset recommendations and where we are, I think it's important for the public to recognize that you all have been a model organization for the country in so many ways. I think back about the First Step Act that President Trump implemented in 2018. Prior to that time, when I had been a chair of corrections along with all my predecessors, we did a lot of incredible policy that really transformed the country with regard to criminal justice. And so I think you'll need to be recognized for the excellence that the group as a whole has accomplished over these years, despite the challenges that we face and all the issues that are before you. So with that being said, just a handful of comments and questions as well. I appreciate all the great questions from all my colleagues. But I wanted to start, for starters, I guess, on this issue of capacity for a moment, just go a little bit deeper. Specifically, of course, I was a part of an era when we were closing facilities, as you know, Brian. And so I want to kind of get your perspective, and I appreciate what's going on. I like the creativity, for example, in Amarillo.
Yes, sir.
With that new 80-bed dorm, it's really a wash. If the experiment works, then you're going to attract a whole lot more folks, and you're going to really have a center of excellence with regard to recruiting people. If it doesn't, it's a wash with regard to what you're paying for hotel fees today. So all of those things are very good, very creative, and I like it. If we do need to go and build a new facility, what does the planning look like for that? The time horizon? Are we out there today looking at identifying existing facilities for that, one? And then two, with regard to the idle bed space that we have today, that is basically historically mothballed facilities, what will be our decision matrix with regard to going back to something that we've shut down versus something that would be new, so to speak?
Thank you. So, Vice Chair, we look at, so right now we do forecasting out to try to identify where for idle beds, for beds that are already in the system, what could we do? What opportunities do we have? So I'll give you an example, the Bartlett unit, which is around Taylor, Texas. We closed that unit back in 2017 because it was operated by a private vendor, significant difficulties in staffing it, and our population was going down, so we chose to close it. We actually looked within our hiring and within the geography there, and we have seen an increase in the cities that are there, increase in population, and we had actually hired about 750 people from that general area. So we picked that unit as the one we want to reopen. And that's how we decided to open up the Bartlett unit that we opened up last month. So that's how, as we look at idle beds and what opportunities we have. But I will tell you, flip to the other idle facility I was talking about in Palestine. When we open that unit, it will largely be staffed or supported by staff out of Dallas, which is not ideal, but we will be bringing people from the metro area down on days or weeks at a time to help staff that facility as we open those beds and make it possible. The dorm in Amarillo hopefully gives us an opportunity to open that second unit in Amarillo. But again, if it doesn't, we will offset our hotel cost, and we continue to do that and continue to work through that. If you look at prisons, so right now, Georgia, there's a couple of other states that are building prisons, and we're very much in tune with those that are building prisons. Prisons are very expensive. I will tell you on the low end, it's probably $250,000, high end about $500,000 per bed to build a facility a day in America. If you build a maximum security, obviously that's the very expensive. So looking at what we could do creatively is how we came up with the expansion dorms and the thought about putting those on units where we fully staff and potentially even moving that footprint out. Between now and the time we come in with our LAR, we're at 4,800 beds now. We're looking at potentially 5,200 and bringing that number up a little. It'd still be under 300 million for all of that, but looking at those options as we go forward now. But we are looking at if we built a new prison, one, we all know that we want to build it in a metropolitan area where you can staff. But you also want to build it in a way that you don't need as many staff to run it. Some of the things we're doing with our older facilities, for instance, we're installing stun fencing on our older facilities or our maximum security facilities to eliminate the towers, to eliminate staff in the towers. We're adding microwave controls to these minimum and medium security prisons. That effort will reduce our footprint by about 500 FTEs. So we have to look at those options with the existing system, but moving ahead, you would look at how could and these states are doing design, so there are firms that do that, and specifically in prison construction, but looking at ways to reduce that staffing footprint of a prison without modifying or relaxing security. But there's tools and technology that can come with that and make it more efficient. So if you did build, you'd need to be planning and looking at that opportunity in the next couple of years, and then looking at getting one on the ground in a 2 to 3 year window. And that would be pushing it.
Very good. A lot of talk, of course, in the report about the morale. We're obviously very concerned about
Yes, sir.
recruitment and morale, obviously, of all the employees within the organization. And I'm really pleased that Mr. Mendoza is going to now assume this new leadership role. So thank you for
Yes, sir.
your proactive leadership and getting that put in place. How long do you think it's going to take realistically when you're putting your plans together before you start seeing some of those direct benefits of all these new programs that he's going to implement with regard to improving morale and folks wanting to look at TDCJ as a destination of choice for employment?
So two things I think at play. I think the work Mr. Mendoza will do on the coaching and mentoring and the other parts is going to be, we'll see results soon into 25, but that is going to take a couple of years to really mature and be at the level that it needs to be. But that's not all as it goes to culture. So as we look at culture, there's two ways I know to get there. There's a corporate way, and I'm not saying there's anything negative with the corporate way, but if we were Walmart and you're talking to me, and if I was Walmart and we want to change culture, you're going to give me about 12 months to do it. And everybody who didn't change culture is not going to be here in a year. I'm trying to figure out a hybrid model so that we're not quite that harsh, but at the same time, we have to take an approach, and we're now measuring wardens on retention rates, grievances, disciplinary activity, all those type of things every quarter. And then those division directors are meeting with me to show me those results. So we have to basically start holding everyone accountable for what are you doing towards those issues. And because we discipline too frequently, we use paper to lead, and that's not the right way. We have too many employee grievances that aren't handled appropriately. So we need to address those issues. Those we will continue to modify the policies, but address that. But in reality, our leadership teams at our facilities and in our parole offices and throughout the agency, we have to modify and be more inclusive with our staff and bring them on board. We also have to be smarter about who we hire in the first place. So some of it starts in the front end with not just hiring everybody who meets the checklist, but at the same time, looking at those that may be more appropriate for this kind of work. It's hard. Corrections is not easy either. Any side of it is tough, but at the same time, it is a great job. It's a wonderful environment, and being able to help others is something that a lot of people want to do. We don't necessarily introduce them to that nuance soon enough to help bring them on board and do that. But we also need to look at the job, modify what doesn't need to be done anymore so that we can make it reasonable and realistic that you can actually do all the things we're asking you to do.
And outside of what Mr. Mendoza is going to incorporate at an enterprise
Yes,
level, it really comes down to those wardens
It does.
individually. And so when you're talking about some of these newer concepts that you really have some KPIs with regard to how you're managing them, with regard to grievances and so forth, that's all very new concepts. And I
It
think
is.
that will be very, very, very beneficial.
Yes, sir.
And I guess one of the things, beyond the sunset process, I think the extent on specifically these staffing issues and also capacity issues, I really think it would be very beneficial for you all to continue to brief not just the members of the relevant committees in the House and the Senate during the next year, but just all the members of the legislature broadly on the progress that you're making on all these issues. I think it'd be very, very, very beneficial
Yes, sir.
for everybody.
We'll do.
Another big topic Jeff brought up, which is near and dear to my heart, is this issue of reentry. And the fact that I remember my time in serving in that role in the House, it seems like a disproportionate amount of my time was focused on that, as it should be.
Yes, sir.
Because that's really the goal of all of this, is that at the end of the day, that you have a good outcome, people have served their time, and they have the ability to go back into the free world and be successful. And recidivism rates directly correlate to employment. There's no question about that. And so I want to tell you that the fact that you've gone from, in the era when we worked together most closely, from roughly that 5% level to 30% today is enormous improvement. And I know that the environment has never been better in terms of employers that are interested. And so I just want to continue to encourage you all to be aggressive and to seek the relationships that we might have with employers individually to continue to attract, if you will, those opportunities. Because I think at the end of the day, it's the best thing for the safety of the people of Texas that we're also blessed to represent, one, and it's the right thing for that individual to give them a chance to have a job and have employment in the future. So I love the 95% target. I think that's spectacular, and I hope it can be achieved even sooner. I think right now you're saying it can be achieved by 2030. Is that right?
That's our goal right now, is to have 95% of those. And really, to get there, we just have to bring more folks in because I think the jobs are there, but it's more of bringing those employers in and then embracing and building a culture with those employers to want to grow that pool even larger. So would love to work with anybody that on the committee. If you know somebody who's interested, I assure you, I will handle it personally as far as dealing with them and talking to them about the opportunity to potentially hire, and we can walk them through the process and try to match the really, people that would fit what they're looking for. But to me, that's the biggest thing about reentry jobs. Before you go home, we've already got identification documents, but that's 80% of the game is won if we can get out of there without that.
No, absolutely. And you've always been so responsive as an organization to those kind of inquiries and to introduce potential employers and so forth, and all the pilots. I know we've worked on a lot of pilots over the years to try to get people jobs faster and those skills to be able to provide for themselves and their family when they get on the other side. So that's great. And then with regard to recruitment broadly, any mass efforts that you're undergoing? I know you're looking at licensing with TCOL and some other different things. Can you maybe just kind of elaborate on that based on the report and what we see?
Sir. So right now we do recruiting in several different ways. We obviously today, as most employers or probably all employers, we have a social media presence that we target, and you target specific geographic areas as well as large audiences. But we also do a lot of events, hiring events. We do about 100 a month where we actually are out in a community doing a hiring event. We do about 100 a year for just military, where we're specifically on military bases, because those exiting the military can be really good hires for us as well. So we do live. Our best referral is employees. The best number one referral for employees, future employees, is current employees. So we also have an incentive program to be able to reward those employees. If they recommend someone and we hire, then we're able to reward them with a cash reward after that individual starts. So we have that process as well. And that is a better referral source than just about any of the other things that we do.
Very good. And then on the topic of systems, just kind of bouncing around, I'll just be very candid and make my comment public, and I'll share this with Mandy and everybody at DIR as well. But look, I think what you all have dealt with this modernization, this new system, I don't fault you all for what you're dealing with. I fault the vendors involved. And I want to send a very clear message. I know all of us do, I think, on the dais, that we're tired of vendors that come to do business in the state of Texas that don't own up to their side of the agreement. And ultimately, the taxpayer then gets stuck. And we need to absolutely look at how we change the procurement processes that we have broadly in the state to address that issue. The other thing that has to happen, in my mind, and I think it's something that we'll talk about further with DIR as it moves through the process and bills that we'll carry in the session, is I really think, and I'd love to get your feedback on this, you guys are in the business of taking care of the safety of the people of Texas, first and foremost. Your expertise, your core body of excellence and knowledge is not around systems and IT. I believe that DIR should take the lead with regard to this project of modernization for your agency and others, in my opinion. And I'd love to get your thoughts on that. That's me speaking, no one else, but I think that's important that we take the tone and the direction for these big modernization projects throughout all the agencies and really put it more in DIR as opposed to individual agencies. I think we get so much more efficiency and better outcome for the people of Texas if we took that approach. And I love your feedback on that, Director Collier.
Yes, sir. So one, I will tell you, DR has helped us with our process throughout. Director Crawford, Mandy's been fantastic as far as
They
working
do a
with.
terrific job.
They've
Yeah.
done great work as well. But I totally would agree that I think as a state, and I'm an old state employee, I've been here 39 years, but I've gone through projects. I've seen other agencies going through projects. I think there is some definite wisdom in considering, should the people that are experts in that area be the leads on these major projects? Because you are not, as a resource, you're heavily involved in keeping a system alive and going every day and trying to do new technology. But those new projects like that are a significant lift. Even though you add resources, that's not your bread and butter business. So I think that is a very good thought, and that would be wise to consider for sure.
Thank you for the feedback. And again, I think it's not just about operational efficiencies. I think there are financial advantages to the taxpayer as well.
Yes, sir.
With that model. Listen, let me just ask one more question, maybe of yourself, anyone that would like to comment broadly that the leadership team, and that is this. At the end of the day, you guys got so many things that worry you. I know you spend a lot of sleepless nights worrying about various things. What is your greatest concern that we've not addressed, perhaps in the report, or your greatest need that isn't maybe something that is getting the visibility that it requires? What would you share with us in terms of your executive vantage point over this agency? What do you need that we're not talking about? What's being missed? How can we better help you to be successful?
Thank you. I think you're hitting the core pieces. I think the modernization, the staffing and capacity are the concerns that we have, and how we have strategies in place, the long-term strategic planning recommendations as well. That's going to help the agency as we move forward there. I think the one thing I would say at the end of the day, and I think you've all said it, and I greatly appreciate your support, there are 30,000 employees of the TDCJ that work hard each and every day in our facilities.
Absolutely.
And they do things that they work with a population that doesn't always want to work with us, but they do a lot of very difficult jobs each and every day. And you've been gracious in helping address their pay issues and others, but just please know that those fine men and women are out there doing that job every day. And it's a tough job. They're not doing it for glory. They're not doing it for any other reason. They're doing it because they're passionate about the work, and they're keeping us safe. And they're also helping people change their lives for the better. And that's what I think about the most. That's what's kept me here 39 years, is the knowing that I work with that kind of caliber of individual. And they're phenomenal people, and just know they're there. They don't need anything. They're not asking you for a t-shirt or anything, but at the same time, keep in mind as the pay requests we have and the other things to help recognize them for what they do, but also help us with our challenges with staffing. But greatly appreciate your support, and definitely appreciate all y'all have done for us.
Thank you very much. And I think that's a huge piece. Look, I'm thrilled that we've got that 31% increase in pay here recently, but pay is only a piece of the puzzle. And, this is a bigger issue, frankly, I think, in society in terms of recognizing those in law enforcement and the importance that they play, right? And that the real heroes in our society are, in fact, law enforcement. And I think, we've got a lot of work to do culturally to make certain that people recognize the sacrifice of the men and women of your organization. But thank you for your leadership. Thank you all for everything you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Chair will recognize Mr. Ellsworth.
Good morning. And again, let me compliment you on the job that you do. Very complex system. And we really appreciate it. I know the people of Texas do. I just have a couple of questions. And, Mr. Austin and Vice Chairman Bell has mentioned a lot about the technology piece. And, in the Sunset Report, it denoted a lot of, duplicate entry, just inefficiencies. One thing I noted that like each parole officer has to enter into each file, I guess, to determine what needs to be done. And just in my business, we do integrated systems. We have, as an example, salesmen, they get a list of what they need to do, and it's just a much more efficient system. And I know you all have been very proactive in trying to update that, and you've run into some challenges. But I was just more interested in your timing of, and I know you mentioned getting additional grants, but I mean, what does the timing of eliminating some of these inefficiencies, or is there just something else that the committee or the legislature can do to assist in that?
So two things, as we come into the session that's just around the corner, we will be asking for funding for a new system to basically replace the bones that I was talking about that we were unfortunately unable to do with the project we've had. An off-the-shelf system should be the funding, if we are successful in getting the funding, an off-the-shelf system will gain some efficiencies that other states have already done. So we would essentially be modifying to those practices. Where we can't adhere to that, we would be modifying the system for our use. But ideally, that would be a 24-month window to get it from time you've procured it to time you've installed it. And that would impact your prison, but your parole operations as well, and make that a much more efficient. The other thing it does is give you a platform to talk to other technology. Unfortunately, now there are tools now that would help parole officers, and parole officers do have laptops. They have the most modern of our systems because we built a new system for parole in the early 2000s. So it is the most modern piece of our old system. Unfortunately, it's still not what it ought to be for them to be effective in what they do and be very efficient. So I would say 3 years out from where I am right now, hopefully would be the window to have it out there if we're able to be successful in the funding, procured and done, because there are truly several systems around the country that could do this. We just unfortunately picked the wrong one.
Yeah. And I just note, I think that would be make a significant impact to culture of your
Yes, sir.
employees and efficiency, and perhaps the need for less staff.
Yes, sir.
From that perspective.
100% agree.
This is just a general question. Is recidivism rate, would you say it would be impacted by, say, district attorneys in some of our larger cities or larger counties not wanting to pursue charges against individuals that might be second or third offenders? And as Senator Middleton noted, that we're getting on a kind of a tougher on crime scenario, would that impact the recidivism rate as well? So just if you
Yes,
could
sir.
speak to that.
So the way the Legislative Budget Board, they do our recidivism studies today, and what they look for, it's a pretty cut and dry. So it's those that got out of prison, the percentage of those that return within a 3-year window. You heard Mr. McDonald talk about earlier that the most recent rate they published last January was 14%. I would tell you, don't take that to the bank because I would tell you COVID influenced that number, for example, because the courts were not doing all the court activities in that 3-year window. The number before that was 20.3%. So I tend to stick around the 20% number as our recidivism number that I would say should be about accurate. We'll get a new review by the Legislative Budget Board in January or February. So we'll have a new updated number, but I would tell you that 14%, it will be higher when we get the next study, but it'll be higher because the courts weren't acting. So there wasn't people returning to prison, but they were in a county jail or they were out on bond waiting for all that to happen. Most of that is caught up by now. But typically sending more people into prison doesn't necessarily affect the recidivism rate, but not if for some reason district attorneys are not, say, taking action on a parolee or someone who's discharged supervision, then that could, but it's probably not a huge number that's going to drive the big percentage one way or the other. The other thing, if they're on parole and they commit a felony, whether they're convicted or not, still gives the parole board a window to consider revoking that individual. So they still could be revoked even though they haven't been convicted, but based on the facts and the information we have, we could still actually return that person back to prison through a revocation. And as Mr. McDonald said, there's probably 4,500 people that last year were sent back to prison, many of which probably had a conviction, but some of which probably didn't.
Okay. And then my last question is, I know there's been some discussion about evaluation of some of the external programs that are performed within the prison system. And I'd just like you to kind of speak to that a little bit. We haven't talked much about that, but like there's some faith-based programs and obviously the educational piece is a big part of it as well. But if you could maybe go into a little bit more detail about the effectiveness of those programs and some that you see that might be more superior than others.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So right now, TDCJ, we have 13 structured programs that I would say follow a specific curriculum. And actually, we do research to verify the recidivism rates of those facilities. There are a couple of those programs, even though we've tweaked curriculum, still don't have successful recidivism reduction results and are going to be remodeled based on what we're seeing with our results. And our new Division of Rehabilitation and Reentry will be working on that. That's the TDCJ structured programs. There are a few volunteer programs. Bridges to Life is one, Prison Entrepreneurship Program, a couple of others that actually do research. We don't do it, but there's actually research that goes on to verify those programs are successful, and they do have very positive outcomes. The bulk of our faith-based initiatives that are volunteer-led, we do not evaluate as far as a recidivism reduction. Sunday school classes, Toastmaster classes, other type substance use groups, other type work groups, what we are working to do. So the individualized treatment plan is mentioned in the Sunset Report. That is essentially our catalog for how we track that program completion. Sunset correctly points out that had become a bulletin board, so to speak. It had gotten to be the place where everybody stuck everything. And we have to fix that. We have to address that and put on there the structured programs that the parole board can evaluate, look at the education programs that Windham does and the vocational programs. That's what will be reflected. But we have to have a new way, and we now have a new division, the chaplaincy and volunteer division, to catalog those volunteer activities and the completion of those. I don't want to get to the standpoint where we're asking a volunteer to put in that Brian went to Sunday school this Sunday. But at the same time, if I complete a class, we need to have a way for an inmate to be able to have that information, but also that we track it so that the parole board can see that as well. So the other part of the volunteer piece is really a more rigorous process to evaluate upfront what we're doing with a volunteer program and coming up with a structured way to say, yes, we agree that program will have benefit, but it may not have recidivism impact. As I told someone, Sunday school classes have an impact, but we don't see it till the end. But at the same time, there's other programs that may have a reduction in disciplinary or other things at the facility that we see benefits of. And I think working to better evaluate, but then also trying to identify how we catalog it is going to be what we have to do. And we will do that. But at the same time, creating those two divisions helps us in some ways kind of make that clean. Because we have 27,000 volunteers. A lot of people come in and volunteer. We don't want to stifle that in any way. But at the same time, we want to really embrace and be able to track it in a way that is better than what we've been doing.
And if I can add, it's difficult, obviously, to quantify a specific reduction in recidivism that you can associate directly with a particular faith-based program. But I want to make sure coming out of this process that we're all recognizing that we have fantastic volunteers around the state from all walks of life Our faith-based programming in these units is inspirational. I know those of you who've been on units have seen it for yourselves. And so, as a board chair, I'm excited by the fact that we're having this reorganization, that we're having that chaplaincy and volunteer services division as a particular kind of a one-stop shop as it is. So that if you're somebody in the state of Texas and you want to try to make a difference in our system, you've got one place to call and they can plug you in. And even though, again, you can't quantify the exact numbers associated with a particular faith-based program, I always tell everybody, and I'll tell you because I haven't told you this before, if you want to see the power of faith, come with me into our system and see what's happening every day.
That's great. That's great to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ellswick. For questions, and the chair recognizes Representative Holt.
No? Oh, now we hear. Okay. Thank y'all. I appreciate this conversation around these programs so much. Very passionate about making sure that we set up these people for success. So I just appreciate y'all and the conversation up here from my colleagues. Representative Canales had a few questions, and so I'm asking these on behalf of Representative Canales. He was told about some concerns about some of the equipment and maybe radios or different things with correctional officers. Can y'all speak to some of that and what's being done?
Yes, ma'am. So last legislative session, you provided us with $4 million specifically for correctional officer equipment, but you also provided us funding in our capital request to replace, we had about 6,000 radios. We have about 10 to 11,000 radios in the system. About half of those were on the new digital format, meaning that they can speak to other jurisdictions. Half of them were the old radio crystal-based systems. You gave us funding, and now we have the digital radios throughout the system. What you may hear, and I don't disparage the remark, is that some people would argue that every officer should have a radio. And I would tell you, if 150 people on a facility have a radio, the traffic becomes an issue, and being able to get most critical information through is a concern. So we don't have every officer with a radio. We have officers in key points with radios. We try to make sure that those radios are updated regularly so that they're the new format. And we do look at opportunities to maybe expand that. But at the same time, I would tell you personally, I don't know that every officer having a radio is a benefit to the system, because then you've got too much traffic on the radio to get anything through. And that's a scary part, because you have major incidents. You've got to get staff to an incident. If everybody's on the radio for 10 different things at one time, that can create an issue. And we're trying to basically measure that as much as we can.
But at the same time, TDCJ is implementing new technology with correctional officers that I think serve some of the purposes behind having radios. So you might want to talk a little bit about the deployment of the body cams and alert systems.
Yes, sir. So last legislative session, you funded for our 23 maximum security facilities to have body cameras, and we are rolling those out now. So the units, right now, our maximum security units will have about 12 of those done by January, and the remaining will be done this spring. So we have added body cameras to those areas. You also gave us funding for wave millimeter X-ray scanning equipment to do better on our security screening with our inmates and our staff and visitors. So we have done significant enhancements there. We've also issued officers equipment such as flashlights, new vest holders, and other information that we can give them, or other pieces of equipment to make them better equipped as an officer.
Thank you. And his one other question was about the grievance process. And I know that y'all have already said that you've are making changes and have made changes. And I think the concern that he was told about was about retaliation. And so just, and again, I know y'all have already made some changes. So I think if you could just kind of speak to
Yes,
some
ma'am.
of that.
So
Thank
very
you.
good point. So a couple of things that Sunset pointed out is grievances on the employee side had a specific time frame you had to meet, but on the supervisor side, you could extend the date for your response. After we had the Sunset report and we digested that, we put out a notice to our division directors that it would have to be a division director that would have to approve that type of an extension. And to my knowledge, there haven't been any. So we're not trying to extend the grievances so that you get a timely response. That's one. Two would be, we also have to develop a way to have an anonymous reporting system. I will tell you, I get anonymous complaints on a regular basis from people inside the system as well as outside the system. So, and I don't worry about trying to figure out where that came from, more just addressing the issue. But we need a more system-wide way for staff to be able to do that in addition to the grievance process. Because I think you have staff that feel like, I don't want to do a grievance publicly, but I want to be able to point out this issue, and we will create a way for that to be done. That's some of the things that Mr. Mendoza will be helping us with.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Holt. I just want to mention to Chairman Nichols and to Mr. Collier, I appreciate the efforts that y'all have put forth in your leadership as a board and executive director. Once this report was published with the management recommendations, that many of those that you have started the process to get those in place. And I certainly appreciative of that. One of the questions I had, I noticed that in one of those very recommendations, and I believe the issue 3.1 was to create the Office of Strategic Initiatives and Modernization. And I noticed, looking at your the organizational chart I've seen, that reports directly to yourself.
Yes, sir.
Brian. So can you expand upon the role,
Yes, sir.
the process, the vision? And then based on that organizational chart, a lot of the modernization and the initiatives that are in this report today,
Yes, sir.
they're department heads that are responsible for that. So I'm trying to get my head wrapped around the accountability
Yes,
of
sir.
this individual and how much power and control he has
Right.
to drive the actual implementation and outcome.
Yes, sir.
So if you could expand on that for me, I appreciate it.
You bet. One of the things Sunset pointed out, and it is very accurate, that basically we will have major key projects, potentially in one division or in a multitude of divisions that get started. And then we have something happen within the agency and the momentum goes down. It's a roller coaster. What the Strategic Initiatives and Modernization Office will do is be over the project management piece of those major projects and basically be the herd driver for those projects. That's what we intend to have happen. That person will have the power of essentially the executive director to be able to work with those division directors to get those projects forward. I will tell you, Mr. Barbie, we brought Mr. Barbie in as our research director about 4 years ago. He had been with the Council of State Governments as their research director for several years, rock solid, but also able to work very well with our division directors, very well respected in the agency, but also very easy to work with as we move those initiatives forward. So what long-term I want is for basically that office to be the driver for the major projects that we have. And there's at any given time, 8 to 10 different major initiatives that go on. At the same time, as we pick up ways in the Sunset Report, there's talk about the strategic review and the strategic review of facilities. If it is allowed that the agency do that review, they would be the ones to do it. They will have our research team, but they'll also have additional staff that we will add to that division to help make that strong enough to where they've got the resources that they need to move us forward. But having that all in that one shop, working with our division directors as well, because they're not out of the process by any means. This will just be a way to help keep, just like our 2030 plan. We have a 2030 plan. That will be one of the initiatives that they help monitor. If I'm the division director that's working employment and I'm at 30%, then I've got a 65% margin I've got to make up between now and 2030. So I ought to have you a systematic way of how I'm doing that every year. And that process would be monitored as well by that office so that we can continue to keep those projects on time and keep the trains running, so to speak.
And Chairman, we appreciate your comments, and we also appreciate the point about accountability. And I can tell you that the board is another source of accountability on that as well. We are very excited to have this new office that you're highlighting in your question. And obviously, one of the top items on their agenda is going to be one of the projects that the vice chair was alluding to just a minute ago in terms of doing the comprehensive study, not just looking at this part of the state, that part of the state, look across the entire state at where we are in capacity, what our staffing capabilities are, and get that report, a comprehensive report to us as a board, and obviously, as the questions indicated, to the legislature as needed as quickly as we can. And so I can just tell you, we're going to be a source of that accountability as well.
Well, once again, I just commend your leadership and you know, getting on this process quickly.
Yes, sir.
You know, you've got X amount of years left in your 2030 plan, and
Yes, sir.
have somebody that's going to drive these outcomes is paramount
Yes, sir.
for that to occur. And so I'm excited about that. See how it looks. I just wanted to make sure how that accountability, what their role was, and then the power as the team lead,
Yes,
so
sir.
to speak, of those initiatives, that they had the ability to direct those department heads, and the way you've reorganized this with 3 different linear buckets here.
Yes, sir.
That, to get that done. Going back to, and adding to the, and you mentioned at the 2030 and trying to get to the 95% of folks with jobs.
Yes, sir.
You have to have skill sets to get that done. We met, Superintendent Hartman mentioned the $12 million grant that she's looking for the connectivity to the classrooms to get, that done, and internet. So I guess to not only with that, we need to expand the training opportunities that you have, because there's a lot of people that don't get those opportunities, and maybe part and parcel of that could be, and maybe this question is for Superintendent Hartman, once that you do end up with the connectivity, and you're talking about the MOU, and you've supported that already, working towards that. We've heard that today, that was recommended by the commission, by the Sunset Commission. If we partner, I think you said there was 11 community colleges that you're partnering with now, and 2 or 3
And 2 universities, correct?
universities, correct? So one of those TSTC by chance?
It is not,
Okay.
but we have a list of individuals and entities we'd like to reach out to, and they're on that list.
Got it.
So
All right.
far, we've reached out to 5 on our list in 1 month, so we're
Right.
feeling good.
They've worked actively, trying to provide those opportunities for the trades. And I know, Chairman Nichols, you mentioned that, and that is a fact. I'm a product of that myself as a contractor. The question would be, and then would you transition, Ms. Hartman, to your CTEs to dual credit potentially, which moves the ability for some of these people to get associate's degree, maybe a bachelor's degree, and then opening up that expansion. And with this connectivity you talked about with the internet, what do you see a virtual option in this training, post-secondary education? And would that expand these limitations we may have because you can't get the instructors or the folks in the facility, and then you could do, synchronous and asynchronous training based on those
Absolutely.
opportunities. So will you expand on what that might or might not do? to
Sure.
help
So
you
in
here?
terms of dual credit, we have 2 opportunities here, actually 3. We have the dual credit opportunity for the folks that are in the high school diploma program, and we have 2 dual credit agreements currently, one with Central Texas College for the women and one with Lee College for the men. Secondly, the end credential on our level 1 program in many cases mirrors the end credential of a level 1 college program. So the college can accept that as a prior learning credit and award credit for it for the individuals who are not in high school programs. And then we can also look in some cases at CLEP opportunities. This is happening in several other states and something that we'll be bringing to Texas as well. In terms of virtual learning and access to learning management systems, that would absolutely expand our ability to pipeline instructors in from across the state to facilities where we're having difficulty staffing. We envision students, as I mentioned earlier, having connectivity in an education dorm, and we have a couple of pilot education dorms with TDCJ collaboration that we're standing up, where folks can work outside of the classroom hours in those particular dorms, and even some pilots in the restrictive housing settings where individuals are engaging on their tablets with education. So there are endless possibilities, and the technology grant is something we're really looking forward to. And then the next step, I think, Vice Chair Parker, to your question earlier on how the legislature can continue to support, would be sustaining that funding. The grant funding that be awarded would get us through about 5 years, and it would be a step program, expand across, and then we'll have to sustain the funding. And in terms of reentry, I think the seamless handoff that we're working with April Zamora, the Rehabilitation Reentry Division Director, ensuring that it's not just a job, but it's a job in the field of training, that we're going to see some really great outcomes here in Texas.
And I think at the end of the day, though, our primary focus with our criminal justice system is public safety and protect the people. The second piece of this is recidivism, and for these people not to return. And as you've testified, and we've heard it here, it's about having a job and a skill set. And so the more private public partnerships we can have with employers in that process, I know Chairman Nichols spoke on this earlier. That's key, and if we can open up the opportunities, I appreciate willingness to transfer the post-secondary over to educators. And then if you can work with expanding those opportunities in whatever manner they are, the outcome's going to be great for these people. So
And-
thank you for your vision of that.
And Chair, if I could, just to mention another player in the overall mix of what you're talking about is that I'm sure you're aware of this, but there are a number of great NGOs that are out there right now who provide training, the kind of training opportunities that you're talking about, even outside of our fence lines. So
Right.
I think it's important for us to always keep in mind, we need to be coordinating with those non-governmental organizations to make sure that we've got the right relationships and because they can help meet that unmet need.
That's correct. And that was my purpose of bringing up the virtual options and be able to do that and you moving that forward, Superintendent, with that, taking the initiative to get the grant. We appreciate the leadership. Thank you, Brian, for supporting that process, and Chairman Nichols. Any other questions, members, for this panel? I thank you for your work and your insight, and thank you, panelists, for your work and being prepared today. We'll now begin public testimony, and I will call up panels of 4 and then announce the next panel on deck to give people time to get into the hearing room today of those that may be outside. Also, I just want to remind everybody testimony is limited to 2 minutes per witness. And so at this time, the chair now calls Charlie Maloof, Gail Wintrab, Chris Self, and Shauna Reyes. That'll be our first panel. The next 4 on deck, Claudia Molina, Cole Meyer, Natasha Malik, and Christopher Casella. Those will be the next 4 on deck. So let me remind you as you testify, before you testify, for the record, please state your name and who you represent. And then members, I'll just, we'll hold the questions and until the panel gets through testifying, and then you can ask any questions you have of these individual panels. So if you'd like to begin, please state your name and who you represent.
Good morning. My name is Charlie Maloff. I'm the Vice President for Texas Cure. As I only get 2 minutes, my full statement is on page 2 that should have been submitted to you. He's handing it out right now. The Clover House in Odessa. This is an outpatient substance abuse facility. It has come to our attention upon release, a resident not being picked up by a family member is given a bus ticket. However, it is 12 miles to the bus station. It's on the resident to find their way there. Making this act of genius more problematic is when the resident has an ankle monitor, and upon release, they have to report to the local parole office the next day. Not only do they have to find their way to the bus station at their cost, but the bus leaves from there to Dallas, then on to points all over. If they have to make it to San Antonio or Houston, you're talking 30 to 36-hour trip. There's no physical way to make the bus station Dallas, then San Antonio in time, which results in a parole violation that is no fault of the resident. Parole. I have personally assisted multiple inmates who have violent crime history with their parole packets. I've watched them make their review to be told, you're doing a great job. However, we want you to stay case-free and continue your programming. And next review will release you only for the next review to come up and to be told, we changed our minds. I put an open records request for the number of violent offenders released from January 1st, 2024 through July 31st on first review with no review. TDCJ returned my ORR with a staggering 1,773 violent offenders released during that time with first review with no review. Mental health. I can go on, but 2 mental health cases stand out. One incarcerated for a nonviolent crime suffering from viral encephalitis while having a seizure was shot in the head with multiple tear gas balls and caused permanent injury to the eye. The other should have been on the outside or should have been on a suicide watch after multiple pleas from his family. Not only dislodges one eye, but deeply cuts his arms and feet, then sets his mattress on fire and burns for over 40 minutes while guards stand there watching. Continuity of care demands competent medical oversight.
Good morning. My name is Gay Weintraub, and my biological uncle is incarcerated at the Stiles Unit in Beaumont. My testimony focuses on the inadequate staffing and the daily strain officers endure. It is a verified fact that the officer to inmate ratio is grossly disproportionate. Officers publicly complain they do not receive paid overtime, yet cannot leave their posts until relief arrives, often translating to 16, 18, and even 24-hour shifts. Overworked officers often can be found asleep on the job. Sometimes they may even fall asleep driving home and drift into oncoming traffic, killing themselves and injuring others, as allegedly was the case last Friday morning in Orange. If legislature revisited and passed House Bill 1064, which stalled in committee last session, red brick units could be closed and officers could fill vacancies elsewhere. The Good Time Bill gives credit to aggravated offenses and makes eligible for immediate release nearly 20,000 prisoners over the age of 50 who have completed 20 years of their sentences. Statistics show less than 4% of inmates over 50 return to prison. Inmates over 55 account for 15% of the total inmate population, but 1/2 of escalating medical costs. Release of these inmates would free 20,000 beds, allow idle facilities to close, and allay the financial burden caused by elderly inmates' escalating health issues. This system reformation would also address strategic planning issues. The greatest risk to society seems not to be the aging prison population housed at taxpayers' expense, but the overworked, exhausted officers asleep on the job, or worse, asleep at the wheel after an 18-hour shift. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you today. I believe my testimony will prove most beneficial to your review of TDCJ.
Thank you. Next witness.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chris Self. I'm a trial attorney in Houston, Texas, Harris County. I'm also the chief counsel of Second Look Texas. I'm here to propose one part of the solution to the issues raised in the report. That is the Second Look bill. I know many of the senators and representatives are familiar with this bill. In short, it provides a more comprehensive, reliable risk assessment measure, viewing youth as a mitigating as opposed to aggravating factor, whereas presently the parole guidelines scoring system and the static 99R factors view youth as an aggravating factor. Presently, we have nearly 1,300 men and women who received extreme sentences as children in TDCJ. This in spite of the fact that we know now that modern neuroscience shows these people have a greater capacity for rehabilitation. You know, I think it was Jeff Bezos who said, when the data and the anecdotes disagree, go with the anecdotes. We've heard a lot of data about rehabilitation programs. Here's the real deal. There's a skill building gap in TDCJ. When there's a gap for people who received lengthy sentences where they finished their ITP, but they're not yet eligible or a priority for other rehabilitative programs that people get at the end of their sentences. What does this result in? We have a large swath of people who are just being warehoused, who have are not catching any major disciplinary cases and are largely rehabilitated, but cannot yet be reviewed for parole. And in that gap, the rehabilitative function of TDCJ, which is a responsibility of TDCJ, is largely subsidized by volunteer labor. You see many people here who contribute to those efforts. This would reduce the unnecessary prison population and help manage the budget and deal with the staffing issues, and corrections officers would, excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Ms. Reyes.
My name is Shauna Reyes. I am the Chief of Staff for Second Look Texas. We have worked for the last 8 years towards smart parole reform for juvenile lifers given extreme sentences. Our goal is not to provide a blanket release to those who committed crimes, but to advocate for smart legislation which allows them the opportunity to prove their rehabilitation. In TDCJ, there are about 1,300 second lookers, which our organization defines as juveniles sentenced to 40 years or more. Of them, 71% have already served over 20 years. These individuals will not be eligible for parole for another 10 to 20 years. I have provided copies of the parole risk assessment worksheet used during the parole review process. This worksheet assigns points to individuals based on static and dynamic factors. However, the rubric works against second lookers which count age as an aggravating factor rather than mitigating juvenile culpability. Points are earned if the inmate did not have a job prior to incarceration or uses their current age against them. The risk assessment does not consider trauma, neurological development, or the fact that the children grew up in prison. The rubric is outdated and it needs to be changed. In the event the rubric is changed, it does nothing for the juvenile lifers that are currently incarcerated without the passage of the Second Look Bill. Why should we change this law? Well, first, the current parole process fails public safety and puts all Texans at risk with antiquated way all inmates are reviewed. Second, state legislative changes would keep Texas in line with the rulings by the U.S. Supreme Court surrounding juvenile sentences and protects the parole system against costly constitutional and civil rights challenges. I am here today to ask you to consider my request. I believe people deserve redemption, especially those put away as children.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes. Any questions by the members for this panel? None? Thank you, panel. Appreciate
Thank you for your time.
This time, the chair now calls Claudia Molina, Cole Meyer, Natasha Malik, and Christopher Casella. Next panel will be Ellie Gonzalez, Kristen Ricketts, Mary Godwin, and Robert Lilly. Once again, if you will state your name and who you represent before you begin, and we'll start with Ms. Molina.
My name is Claudia Molina. I'm with the Lone Star Defender's Office. I'm the Director of Case Management at the Lone Star Defender's Office. We provide representation to individuals arrested under Operation Lone Star who are charged with nonviolent crimes such as criminal trespass and smuggling. LSDO has provided representation to over 16,000 people since its inception in 2021, while our clients are pretrial detainees that are held at TDCJ prison units. As of this week, approximately 280 of our clients are currently held at the Briscoe, Lopez, and Segovia units. Over the past 3 years, while working on Operation Lone Star, I've had the privilege of speaking with hundreds of clients while they are in custody. The complaints I've heard have been widespread and common across all 3 units, and paint a disturbing picture of the conditions they endure. Clients report food being served to them inedible, often moldy, undercooked, or containing visible bugs. They also describe persistent issues with rats and mold in the dorms and showers. Although they're expected to maintain the cleanliness of the showers themselves, they're given limited cleaning supplies to do so. At the Briscoe unit, rats roam freely, damaging commissary items that clients and their hardworking families have paid for. Our clients are also subjected to verbal abuse and racism by guards. They report hearing racist slurs directed to them and others, as well as incidents where guards withhold food while making discriminatory remarks about their country of origin or their color of their skin. When clients trust TDCJ's grievance process enough to report such abuse, their complaints are left unresolved, and they face even harsher treatment as a result. We urge this board to take action to investigate and address these conditions. The state of Texas has poured significant money and resources into OLS, specifically into the units where they are housed. And yet 3 long years into this program, these horrific conditions still exist. The 280 people currently in custody and the over 16,000 people that have been subjected to these conditions deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Molina. At this time, Chairman recognizes Mr. Meyer.
Good afternoon. My name is Cole Meyer. I am a policy analyst with Texas Appleseed's Criminal Justice Project. We are an organization that's dedicated to changing unjust laws and supporting policies that are data-driven, safe, and efficient. Today, I'd like to express our support for recommendations 4.2, 4.5, and 4.12 in TDCJ's Sunset Report. It's been made clear the positive impact that education can have on recidivism. By 2030, 62% of all jobs in our state will require a post-secondary credential. And given that the average education of somebody in TDCJ is at a 7th grade level, education is a critical long-term priority. Over the interim, Texas Appleseed conducted research to explore how Texas can benefit from the reinstatement of Pell Grants for incarcerated students. When the Department of Education released the guidelines for how this reinstatement should take place, they emphasized the need for consistent data collection and evaluation to ensure that programming is effective. But in this instance, it's not just about having the data, it's about being intentional about what data is used to measure this effectiveness. Our organization recently published a report that discusses this very topic and delves into sample criteria that can be used to fulfill the DOE's guidelines. We provide a plethora of data points that could be used, including those on job placement, continuing education, recidivism, teacher credentials, and more. This report is available online, and we'd be happy to follow up and share it with y'all. But given Windham School District's track record of collecting and reporting on data within this very realm, we believe they're in the best position to guide the direction of post-secondary in TDCJ. Thus, we support recommendation 4.12, and we believe this will positively impact recommendations 4.2 and 4.5 because both of those focus on empirical data collection and evaluation. Pell guidelines require each institution to undergo a best interest determination after 2 years of operation. And by enshrining post-secondary education in this advisory committee that has been created by Pell reinstatement, the legislature can ensure that Windham and TDCJ can meet their long-term goals for education. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Moving on to Ms. Malik.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Natasha Malik, and I am the staff attorney for the Criminal Justice Project at Texas Appleseed. I'm here to express our support for recommendation 4.1 of TDCJ Sunset Report. For the past year, our Criminal Justice Project has been researching the state of substance use disorder treatment in state jails. We reviewed all offered programming published on TDCJ's website. We sent several PIRs to the relevant agencies, and we received the testimony of system-impacted individuals. Only 3 of the 16 state jail units provide access to special treatment programs. Within these 3 units, the pre-release substance abuse program has now been found to produce consistently higher rates of recidivism. In fact, the state jail system has the highest rates of recidivism across all statewide criminal and juvenile justice facilities. The most recent reports show that within 3 years of release from a Texas state jail, 60.1% of individuals are rearrested. 20.5% are reincarcerated. Attempts to learn more about programming from TDCJ and its operating partners has proved fruitless. Recipients of our PIRs either had no responsive information to our request or would direct us to other agencies for information we asked for. Thus, our conclusion is the same as the reports. Comprehensive programming is not offered. The programs that do exist have no proven efficacy, and those who are in charge are deflecting when questioned on these issues. Through the testimony of system-impacted individuals, we have learned that entry and completion of a decent rehabilitation program, such as cognitive behavioral therapy, largely depends on the length of time someone is in state jail. The programs that are easier to get into are poorly run and serve mostly as a way to get early release rather than to gain meaningful treatment and long-term recovery help. Approximately 64% of people in Texas state jails fit the criteria for substance use disorder diagnosis. Given this prevalence, the need to evaluate and improve existing programs is imperative. Therefore, we implore TDCJ to adhere to the Sunset staff's recommendations so state jail residents have the opportunity to break cycles of criminal behavior and actually get on a path to stable recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malik, and Chair recognizes Mr. Casella.
Hi, thank you. My name is Christopher Casella. I'm a policy associate for the criminal justice team at Texas Appleseed. I'm here today to express our support for recommendations 3.1 through 3.6. Shortcomings in data management can have major consequences for the feasibility of effective policy change. In support of these recommendations, we endorse 2 key categories of changes. The first is the modernization and improvement of current data collection practices, and the second is increasing public access to information and revising data governance. Modernizing data collection includes transitioning from physical hard copy data towards a digital format. In so doing, this would allow for departments and researchers alike to evaluate programs and predict future program outcomes. Transitioning away from paper-based processes would also reduce the strain on staff occupied with data collection, who could then pay more attention to institutional and community correction functions. It is for this reason that we support recommendations 3.1, 0.2, and 0.5. The second step in modernizing data collection is reporting this data in a publicly accessible manner. One way to do this is through online dashboards, which can offer public access to up-to-date and sometimes real-time data. It is also essential that there is a clear procedure that supports outside researchers' access to this data. Increasing the support to access this data would, as the committee report suggests, increase opportunities to improve operational outcomes as well as staff efficiencies. It is for these reasons that we support recommendations 3.3, 3.4, and 3.6. In pursuit of our own data goals, Appleseed began a project centered on tracking data reported by TDCJ. Our data project identifies the statute within the Government Code, Administrative Code, and Code of Criminal Procedure with explicit mentions of data collection or reporting. Within the 82 statutes, we have compared the data points to be collected or reported against empirical best practices for data collection. By identifying the data points within the codes and ensuring that they are in line with best practices, we believe both the quality and quantity of the available data will be improved. This project will be solidified at the start of next year, and we look forward to sharing this project to explore further areas of growth in data collection and reporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Casella. Members, are there any questions for this panel? Hear none. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next four panelists, Mr. Eli Gonzalez, Kristen Ricketts, Mary Godwin, Robert Lilly. The next four on deck will be Andy Kahn, Jesse Pasfuma, Cassie Geekin, and Charles Roberts. Once again, panelists, if you'll, for the record, if you'll state your name and who you represent before you start, this time Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez. I'm sorry, Ms. Gonzalez.
Good morning. I'm Ellie Gonzalez. I'm the Assistant Director of the Philosophy and Literature Circle. I'm an alumni of Trinity University in San Antonio, where a chapter of the Philosophy and Literature Circle, a collaborative learning program, is housed. Also an alum of this program, I work to become the Assistant Director of the project at Trinity, as well as a member of the program's development group, the Core Community Team. I'd like to offer today a response to issue number 4 from the Executive Summary of Sunset Staff Report that reads, the state lacks sufficient oversight and strategic planning for incarcerated individuals' rehabilitation programs. The Philosophy and Literature Circle, a collaborative program at the University of Texas, San Antonio, Trinity University, Dominguez State Jail, and the Torres Unit, is an experiential learning program where participants explore profound human questions, such as what does it mean to be human, what is the good life, and how do we best promote societal flourishing. Students from universities travel weekly to Dominguez State Jail and the Torres Unit in Hondo, Texas, to be an engaged learning community alongside incarcerated scholars. It is my privilege to move in what my colleagues at the Torres Unit call the free world with you all, and to prompt you to prioritize post-secondary education, including recognizing the impact of combined cohort arts and humanities-based programs for promoting self-worth, purpose, and dignity. Key findings from a recent program evaluation show that participants consistently report that PhilLit serves as a pathway to knowledge of self-discovery, a catalyst for transformation and purpose, and as an occasion for learning and community as promoting authenticity, relationships, and mutuality. Moving beyond solely reducing recidivism, we aim to embrace humanity and potential in all of our participants. The impact of this program allows for communities in both prisons and beyond to thrive. Participants frequently offer that our curriculum provides occasions to connect with other people in their unit, family members, and especially with themselves. Humanities-based learning supports the shift from survival-focused to growth-focused mindsets, helping individuals reconnect with their humanity and potential. I urge you to consider what I've offered today moving forward in this review. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. This time, Chair recognizes Kristen Ricketts.
Hi there. My name is Kirsten Ricketts, and I am the founder and director of Restorative City Streets, which is a ministry dedicated to the rehabilitation of inmates and ex-offenders. I was going to talk about the Board of Pardons and Paroles, but under the guise of everything, I decided not to because there were some things that I heard today that were not addressed, and it was with the staffing crisis. And so it's come to my attention that TDCJ actively recruits, hires, pays for visas for foreign nationals to come over to this country and work as prison guards in our units. And to me, that appears to be not only unconstitutional, un-American, and un-Texan, but the trauma that it afflicts upon those people who are incarcerated when they cannot communicate with the people who are caring for them makes situations escalate rather quickly when you have an opportunity where you cannot express what's going on, or if you need help, you can't get the help you need because the person who is caring for you does not speak English. These language and cultural differences are just a couple of the practical issues created in this type of atmosphere. And as these situations escalate, these individuals may get infractions or disciplinary actions upon them that could reflect in their outcomes when they go to see parole. And so I believe that the solutions would be to implement a phase reduction and transition plan on removing these foreign nationals from working for TDCJ and focusing our recruitment on hiring American citizens. We need to strengthen our efforts, and complete transparency, I think, needs to be where TDCJ is accountable to the public for these things. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Ricketts. At this time, Chair to recognize Mary Galvin.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good afternoon. It's after 12. I just want to say this is not a speech or a presentation on the part of an organization or a lobbyist. I'm like some of you here are a mom, a parent, and like some of you here, I live in a city where there is a contracted arrangement for a residential reentry center with Core Civic. My son, my husband has a mental problem, medical problem today. My son has a mental problem and he's got a diagnosis. This is what actually preempted his time in the TDCJ system. When he was released, he's on parole, scheduled to be released in January of 25. He was sent to the Austin Transitional Center, managed by Core Civic. My concern is that this particular location is probably representative of other locations of Core Civics. We had several problems, lack of communication. We couldn't get in touch with people. The phone systems didn't work. There was no way to contact the case manager. There was no way to pick up our son to take him to appointments because he wasn't allowed to leave. Due to, this is over a span of 2 different time periods. Due to all of the problems, I did communicate with people higher up in the chain with TDCJ. I did communicate with people in the parole system here in Austin, in the region here. My concern is that if this is a contracted party with the state of Texas, TDCJ, that means taxpayers are paying for a system which needs some serious, what I would call rigorous on-site review and examination of their facilities, not only here in Austin, but in other locations, which some of you live in those locations. So thank you. Please check into Core Civic. I have real issues, lived experience issues. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. At this time, the chair to recognize Mr. Lilly.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm honored and privileged to be here today with you all, distinguished panelists and representatives. My name is Robert T. Lilly, and I'm a member of a statewide parole working group and a paid organizer with grassroots leadership. I concur with the testimony of other members who are speaking and submitting written testimony for this group throughout the day. I would like to discuss the current parole review process in Texas. I am here to testify that the process as it exists is arbitrary and capricious, failing to serve the interests of justice for society and those who have made amends for their crimes. In 2019, at 49 years of age, I was sentenced to 30 years in TDCJ as an habitual felon. Upon arrival, I actively sought information about obtaining parole, driven by my age and the urgency for a future with opportunities. Despite asking fellow inmates, I found no clear guidance or resources in the education department or law library, leaving me feeling confused and frustrated. I felt compelled to testify because even after being granted parole at my first review, and thank God for that, I can't provide a clear example to others behind me to show them the way forward. The parole process seems unfair. It feels like a roll of the dice. We go to prison to pay our debt to society, but we aren't informed about what the board actually values as payment. Fortunately, I found some helpful information by using my creativity and reading books about how to apologize effectively. Also, I discovered useful details in old legal arguments about parole reform in the law library. Additionally, I found insights from statements made by the TDCJ director in the Echo newspaper. These resources helped me to understand how to write a support letter and what to include. The Board of Pardon and Parole should make it expectations clear and easy for everyone to understand by posting them in the law library and education department. They should also offer classes to teach detainees how to acknowledge their past and demonstrate their progress in gaining insight. I want to thank you for hearing me, my plea to you today, and I would hope that you would consider these solutions as possible outcomes for the future of this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dooley. Members, are there any questions for this panel? All right. Thank you, members, and thank you, panelists, for being here today.
Thank you all for being here.
Next panel will be Andy Cohen, Jesse Savuma, Cassie Guykin, Charles Roberts. Behind them will be Hillary Randall, Louis Soberon, Wolf Settler, and Tona Naharu. We remind you that for the record, please state your name and who you represent. And at this time, the chair recognizes Mr. Cohen.
Good afternoon. My name is Andy Kahn. I'm the Director of Victim Services for Crime Stoppers of Houston, and I'm also a board member of Parents of Murdered Children and Surviving Family Members of Homicide. 2014, after my recommendations to the Sunset Commission were not included in their report regarding giving the parole board discretion not to review offenders convicted of capital murder and aggravated sexual assault upon denying parole, not to review their cases from anywhere to 5 to 10 years. The resulting testimony that I made here 10 years ago ended up being resulted in House Bill 1914, which now allows the parole board discretion upon denying someone on capital murder or ag sexual assault not to review their cases for 5, 7, or 10 years. So I'm glad to be back 10 years later with some additional recommendations. You heard earlier in the self-report by the Board of Pardons and Paroles asking for more discretion on cases, and I wholeheartedly support that. For example, some of the victims that I represent are cases that are either pled down or are classified as nonviolent despite the loss of life. And I'll give you an example. Arthur Montemayor was killed by a hit and run driver. Perpetrator was sentenced to 12 years in prison in November of 2023. In March of 24, he was already up for parole. We went and met with the parole board. He was denied parole, but because the offense is classified as a nonviolent offense, the parole panel must review that case every year. They have no option. There is no harm in giving the parole board discretion not to review cases like that and many others. And that's the key word, discretion. And if I may, just let me wrap up here real quickly right
Please
here.
do.
Other situations that we've had in Harris County, as Representative Hull alluded to earlier involving offenders on parole for violent offenses who are charged with felonies, who are getting released on PR bonds and/or a cash bond before the parole division can issue a warrant. And they've
Please
been
wrap.
given additional offenses after that. And I hope I get some questions because I'll finish up. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Collins. Moving on to the next panelist, Mr. Jesse Pasofuma. I'm sorry, I probably.
My name is Jesse Pasafuma, and I'm
All
with
right.
Restorers City Streets.
Thank you.
And I'm a formerly incarcerated individual, and I'm working on my master's in public health. And I want to address the inadequate and nutritionally deficient meals served to incarcerated individuals in the Department of Criminal Justice. They fail to meet the dietary needs and contribute to health issues. TDCJ claims compliance with the FDA nutritional guidelines, but transparency is lacking in providing specific dietary values for public view. Meals from the chow hall and during lockdowns are not nutritionally adequate and fail to meet FDA standards, promoting weight loss and chronic health behaviors. They also promote criminal behavior within as inmates resort to exploitation and stealing TDCJ property for food. This undermines the rehabilitation efforts, and the lack of adequate nutrition contributes to weakened immune systems, higher healthcare costs, and a less rehabilitative environment, contradicting TDCJ's mission to foster positive change in offender behavior. The budget and staffing challenges should not compromise the health or dignity of incarcerated individuals, and the nutritional deficiencies lead to a cycle of illness and escalating healthcare costs. Incarcerated individuals are human beings deserving basic care, and this includes access to nutritious food, which would contribute to their health and potential rehabilitation. And it just makes me wonder, why is there a different menu in the officers' dining rooms and then it's on the inmates? And so the proposed solution, I think we need independent oversight and transparency in TDCJ's food provision, volunteers to assist with health initiatives and random evaluations to hold TDCJ accountable, and the exploration of successful models like Maine's organic pilot program in corrections. They're doing fantastic up there. And
Thank you for your
Oh, I'm sorry.
At this
What was
time, Chair would recognize Cassie Geiken.
Hello, my name is Cassie Geiken. I'm a parole attorney with Texas Defender Service and a member of a statewide parole working group. I agree with the comments from other members of this group, either testifying today or providing written testimony. TDS has also submitted comments on the staff report that go into greater detail on what I'll speak to today. So starting with institutional parole officer interviews, the staff report correctly identifies huge issues, including that they're often in an interrogation focusing on unchangeable factors like criminal and substance use history, often without the opportunity for the individual to provide context for those histories or share more important information on their personal growth or larger plan for success upon their release. As of right now, there is no time to share that information. We have reports from our clients that subsequent IPO interviews are only a few minutes long and are limited to having someone just confirm information. But a few minutes is not enough time to check for accuracy, and that information that is gathered by the IPO is critical to the board's review and the use of the risk assessment tool, which note needs to have a higher focus on forward-looking factors. There is a high likelihood that incorrect and incomplete information is included in IPO case summary reports, and it's critical that parole-eligible people are able to check the IPO reports, including the risk assessment for accuracy, outside of the limited time of the IPO interview. Finally, I want to quickly speak on board-assigned programming that is often unnecessary. People are currently often unable to enroll in programs they're interested in early in their incarceration because spots are reserved for board assignment. Waiting until the board approves someone for parole causes huge delays in a person's release, sometimes a year after they've been approved. Substantively helpful programming needs to be available when someone wants and needs it when they first enter TDCJ. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. This time, Chair recognizes Charles Roberts.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and members of the commission, my name is Charles Roberts, and I'm representing myself. I've spent the last 10 years advocating for prison reform and judicial reform. My father was a state representative. I worked in the Legislative Council and worked for Bob Bullock at the Comptroller's Office. 12 and a half years ago, my son was sentenced to 25 years. What I've noticed in the system is that it's completely broken. And one of your biggest problems is the lack of staffing. And it's great to hear you guys talk so much about it. I commend you for all the questions that you addressed the first panel, because staffing is definitely a problem, and it trickles down into all agencies. During my son's time in prison, he faced a lot of situations that I can't share them all right here, but I can tell you that he wanted to do his best to rehabilitate himself. He took every program that was offered over and over. There wasn't a whole lot offered, to the point where at one point he decided to create his own rehabilitation program. It was called the Chariots of Fire Basketball Revival, which brought in inmates together, even opposite gang members, put them on the same team, taught them how to work together for a common goal, to play basketball. And then afterwards, it was a faith-based program where they talked to them about Christ. And I'll tell you what, at the Hughes unit, during that time, over a 6-month period, you almost turned the Hughes unit into a faith-based unit. It was so powerful. Almost every person in that unit gave their life to Christ during that time. And I can tell you that the staffing problem goes so far, and I want to say that the staffing problem has a lot tied to the heat. I mean, the heat is a problem. You have to think about what these guys live through. Suicide is at an all-time high. Attempted suicides are at an all-time high. My son, just to get through the summers, had to pour water on the concrete floor and lay in it with a fan on it just to not have a heat stroke. And he watched people getting carried out in body bags. The air conditioning is a problem, and staffing is a problem. Thank you for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your comments, Mr. Roberts. Members, any questions for this panel? Yes, sir. Representative Kitchen.
I'd like you to take a couple of short minutes and finish up your comments, if you could.
Sure.
complete What you were saying.
I appreciate it. Going back on the issue of allowing parole board members more discretion, I can't tell you what it does for a victim's family to have to go through a parole process every single year. And it's not every year. You get a notification 8 months. And there are cases in which the parole board needs discretion, particular cases involving assaultive offenses, intoxicated manslaughter, failure to stop and render aid, which results in a fatality. So I'm asking this commission to include that in your report. Give them more discretion. They can still give a 1-year set-off if they want, but right now they can't go more than 1 year. Give them that time right here. The issue that we have in Harris County, and whether it's statewide, I do not know, is if you're on parole for a violent offense and you get charged with a felony offense, you should not be able to walk out on a PR bond. We've had several cases involving defendants who were given a PR bond while on parole for a violent offense, who have then been charged with murder. We had one individual who was on parole, charged with felon in possession of a weapon, posted a bond. 4 hours after he posted the bond, the parole division issued that warrant. 3 months later, he was charged with capital murder. There is zero downside in looking and mandating a 48-hour hold on anyone on parole, particularly for a violent offense, who is charged with another felony, to give the parole division an ample opportunity to issue that warrant before they get the opportunity to post bond. This way, you don't have to have resources out there trying to catch them. Crime Stoppers doesn't have to put out an unnecessary additional reward trying to get their arrests. I would certainly encourage the commission here to put that in their recommendations as well. The other issue, very quickly, is the issue of public information. I was asked by a victim's family on the offender who was released on parole. They wanted to know what the rules and conditions were. I submitted a request for a copy of a parole certificate, and I was denied because that doesn't constitute public information. Come on, there's really no reason why a parole certificate clearly indicating what the rules and conditions are aren't made available, particularly for victims and victims advocates. That also needs to be changed. And one more thing, we heard a lot of talk about recidivism rates here today. Be careful how you define what recidivism rates are. A person is counted as a recidivist only if they were returned to prison. So for example, if I'm on parole and I get convicted of, let's say, DWI, and I'm given probation or jail time, and I'm allowed to remain on parole, I am not counted as a repeat offender simply because I didn't go back to prison. Yet, at the same time, I've also been convicted of a new offense while on parole. So you need to take a careful look on how we truly define what a recidivist is. I appreciate your time and your effort. Thank you.
Thank you. This time, Chairman recognizes Ms. Hall. Representative.
Thank you. You answered some of the questions that I was going to ask, so thank you for that. And I know that TDCJ has said that we can look at what needs to be done in order to get victims the parole certificate, this information to the victim. So I am hopeful that moving forward, we can get this worked out. And I just want to say that you are a wealth of knowledge, and being in Harris County, all that you do for crime victims, I really, really appreciate it. And I hope that my colleagues up here on the dais take advantage of your wealth of knowledge and reach out, even following up from this, and just are able to hear from you and the things that you guys see on a day-to-day basis. So thank you.
You bet.
Ms. Hall, any other questions for this panel? Thank y'all again for being here today. Appreciate it. Next panel will be Hillary Randall, Luis Soberon, Wolf Sutler, and Tanya Naranjo. Behind them will be Rhonda Pate, Jeff Ormsby, Mary Molnar, and Dr. Rodriguez.
Tona had to step out, so she won't be speaking today.
All right, once again, thank you for being here. And for the record, please state your name and who you represent. And this time, the chair recognizes Hillary Randall.
Good afternoon. My name is Hillary Randall. I'm not with any particular organization. I am here to address the medical neglect that happens within the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. My husband, Randy Butler, passed away June 20th of 2023. On his death certificate, it states that he died of thyrotoxicosis due to Graves' disease. The year prior to his death, he had put in many I-60s, which I believe fell in the trash can. I can't confirm that, but I mean, with the way that things go and the things that other inmates and my husband have both told me, I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Over a span of 5 different units, Smith, Robertson, Allred, Clements, and finally at Michael unit is in May of 2023 is whenever he was finally taken seriously. They did blood work and figured out that he had abnormal thyroid. From the middle of May is when they found out. They did not proceed to start his transfer to UTMB in Galveston until June 19th of 2023, which he made it to Bird unit and then died at 3:53 a.m. shortly after arriving at Bird unit. There is a serious problem with medical help in TDCJ. The COs will ignore the inmates whenever they ask for medical help. In some cases, that has resulted in deaths, like right there on the unit while people are actively trying to get staff attention to come and help these people. They are also being ignored as far as needing to go to medical. With the symptoms that my husband was having, I think that he definitely should have been looked at sooner for the heart palpitations and the night sweats and things like that that were going on. They did look at his eye, but they misdiagnosed that. I guess my time is up. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Soberon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I'm Luis Soberon, Senior Policy Advisor at Texas 2036, and today I'll be discussing higher education programs, data, and HEAT in TDCJ. You'll likely hear from other witnesses today about some of the positive effects that prison higher education has on things like recidivism, on economic outcomes, and the return on investment that taxpayers see from these programs. We at Texas 2036 just released a report less than 24 hours ago that talks about higher education in Texas prisons. And on the back of the handout that's being passed around right now, you'll see this line graph. One of our findings from the report is that from 2011 to 2022, there was a 50% enrollment decline in higher education programs among incarcerated Texans. Why? Well, one of the driving factors is that there's a serious governance and coordination problem when it comes to higher education in Texas prisons. You will not find a single line of statute or agency regulation that discusses how higher education happens in Texas prisons. Instead, what you get is a budget rider, which is 179 words, and it covers things like program eligibility, creates new conditions of parole, and talks about who can and can't administer higher education programs in Texas prisons. It's simply insufficient. We are very supportive of the direction that the staff report is going in, of having Windham School District play a much more prominent role in the delivery of higher education in Texas prisons, and greatly encouraged even today by the layout you heard from Superintendent Hartman and the direction that she wants to take it. But for legal and policy reasons, any change in appropriation that you see in the staff report should be accompanied by a change in statute recommendation as well. On data, we're strongly supportive of how the staff report characterized issue number 3. We would recommend further data agreements between TDCJ, Windham, and the higher ed workforce data ecosystem. And very lastly, on HEAT, just to say that Texas 2036 has and will continue to advocate for efforts to address that problem. Not only is it bad for inmates and for the folks that live and work in TDCJ, costly litigation, it represents a threat to TDCJ's very statutory mission. So thank you, Mr. Chair and members.
This time, the chair would recognize Mr. Sutler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Wolf Sittler. I represent myself. We're talking about safety. We all want that in our homes and communities. And that is TDCJ's prime directive to promote positive behavior change. All the barriers to accomplishing that have been known for years. And TDCJ is looking to fix that with the 2030 plan. That plan, however, was made without any input from the largest group of stakeholders impacted by prisons, the incarcerated and their families who are locked up in a different way. These people have a tremendous amount to contribute and deserve a place at the planning table, as do many more human service professionals. An example of that is this book, which you should now have a copy of, written by a field minister with 27 years inside. He lays out lots of suggestions for upgrades. Many others like him know the system and are waiting to help. This fits in with the idea that those closest to the problem are closest to the solution. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. All the issues that have been brought up today were addressed by the creation of the Criminal Justice Legislative Oversight Committee in 2007. You have a copy of that legislation in your hands. And the mission of that commission was to monitor conditions and submit biannual reports to lawmakers. That committee had one meeting in 2009, has not had none since. It's still on the books. It's inactive. And once active, that committee, with an expanded membership of stakeholders, could continually do what this committee does every 10 years. Taxpayers deserve a better return on $4 billion of investment. All Texans deserve safety. You can make that happen.
Thank you, Mr. Sidler, for your testimony. Any questions, members, for this panel? Chair recognizes Mr. Austin.
Ms. Sidler, one quick question. With this committee, what would be the overlap with the Commission on Jail Standards?
Well, if you look at the details that are outlined for their responsibilities, it involves research. It involves looking at, let me give you the exact wording here. Okay, the powers and duties. The committee shall use statistical analysis and other research methods to conduct in-depth examination of the criminal justice system in this state. That includes an assessment of the cost effectiveness of the use of state and local funds in the criminal justice system, and identification of critical problems in the criminal justice system, a determination of the long-range needs of the criminal justice system, and recommend to legislature strategies to solve the problems identified under this subdivision, address policy priorities to address the long-range needs, assist the legislature in developing plans, programs, and proposed legislation to improve the effectiveness of the system. And yeah, that's basically it. And they were, provide a report and to work with universities or other entities to assist the committee in carrying out the duties that you have assigned.
The chair recognizes Ms. Holt.
Thank you. You both seem to get cut off with time. And so I wanted to see I'm sorry, I don't remember either of your names, but if to finish what both of you were saying, if you wanted to, ma'am, go first.
So I noticed that you guys spoke about the grievance process for the staff for TDCJ, but I would like to speak about the grievance process and the I-60 process for the inmates, because a lot of the times it's not making it to where it needs to go. So I'm wondering if they're maybe able to implement like electronic correspondence through the tablets to where they can anonymously report issues that are going on with staff members, medical issues especially, not being able to get showers, there's actually so much that goes on that they are not able to report because the COs will take the I-60 out of their hand and throw it in the trash and walk off. I don't really trust the box system on the wall. I do know that that is something that I've been told several times, that there is a locked box on the wall where they can drop the I-60s in. I don't entirely trust that, because whose hands does that fall into, that they can go through and pick and choose of what they're going to turn in, what they're not going to turn in, what may be against them, things like that. The nutrition, I know that that was already brought up as well. But I also would like to ask if we could have a moment of silence for the staff and loved ones, incarcerated individuals that we have lost in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. Is that okay?
That we just need to stay on the decision, on the materials that we have in front of us.
Okay.
And you've been provided an opportunity to testify and additional ability to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Representative Hall? Okay.
From 2036, I know there was a couple comments and I think you got cut off, and I just was wondering if there's anything else.
Thank you so much, Representative Hall. Nothing other than to replug this report that we just released that will be in your inboxes, aside from the positive outcomes that you see in terms of lower recidivism rates, improved employment and economic outcomes for folks that go through these programs. Just want to drive home. I looked for different estimates on the return on investment for higher education programming in Texas. The most conservative estimate that I could find showed a $1.61 return for every dollar spent on higher ed in Texas. That was the most conservative estimate. Thank you again.
Great.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, panel. Thanks for being here today. Oh, I'm sorry. This time, the chair recognizes Mr. Ellswick. Mr.
Soberin.
Mr. Sittler, if you could come back to the dais. Sorry, Mr. Ellswick has a question.
That's okay. Mr. Soberin, we got this document that I believe your organization prepared, and on here it says 1,855 are enrolled in higher ed. What's your definition of higher ed on this document?
Sure. We got those figures from a public information request that was submitted to TDCJ for post-secondary education programs. So that almost certainly covers things like vocational or CTE certificates that are post-secondary in nature, along with associate's degrees and the few bachelor's programs that are offered.
Yeah, I just noted that our information has a somewhat of a different number. So I just was wondering, maybe this is just perhaps associate degrees and maybe doesn't include some of those vocational. Do you know, or?
I don't at this time. I can look into it. I know as well, though, that that's a snapshot figure. So just looking snapshot at April 2024, those were the figures showing the number enrolled and the number waitlisted. And the big takeaway, I think, from that graph is that the number that are waitlisted, eligible to enroll, but waitlisted, outnumber those enrolled 4-1, which just shows the demand for this kind of programming for incarcerated folks.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Ellswick. Thank you, panel, for being here today. Appreciate your comments. At this time, the chair would recognize Rhonda Pape, Jeff Ormsby, Mary Molinar, and Dr. Rodriguez. The next four panelists: Chivas Watson, Tiffany Toristo, Helen Gabler, Marcy Simmons will be the next panel after this one. As a reminder, for the record, please state your name and who you represent. And Ms. Pape, you could begin.
Hello, my name is Rhonda Poppy. I'm from Wichita Falls. I represent myself. I'm a mom, I'm a grandmother, and this is the first time I've ever testified. This is the first time I've ever been to the Capitol. My husband is incarcerated for a sex offense, and I live with and care for our adult disabled daughter. We look forward to the day when my husband will be released on parole. I recently sold my home where I lived for 10 years because I realized that my husband wouldn't be able to move back there. Between the city ordinance, which covers almost 85% of our city, and the parole school bus stop restriction, I'm not sure where I'll be able to live, if anywhere in the city at all. Our 3 old schools were closed and our 2 new schools were built, and that has created new bus routes that are within 500 feet of our home. I've been looking for a home to buy for months. I even looked in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, but it was impossible to find a home in a neighborhood where a school bus doesn't stop or to determine the bus routes for every school. I spent days looking at bus routes online for different schools in different areas, but it was confusing, and in some cases, the information was unavailable. Bus stops locations change all the time. How are families supposed to find a place to live for their loved one when we have no idea where a bus stop stops? Even if I find a home that would be approved, there may not be a bus stop nearby this week, but what about next week? I can't afford to pick up and move every time a bus route changes. If someone wants to commit an offense at a bus stop location, it wouldn't matter where they live. They could drive there. They would be less likely to commit an offense close to their home where they might be recognized. The bus stop restriction is a feel-good policy that doesn't protect anyone. It just separates families and denies registered parolees a stable place to live. I hope that the Pro Division will realize this restriction causes more harm than good. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Chair recognizes Mr. Ormsby.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Ormsby. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Correctional Police Council. We're the largest organization representing TDCJ workers. I'm also a retired correctional officer, having dedicated 28 years of my life working in both the state and federal correctional systems. With the recommendations of the Sunset Review, the legislature is in a position in the upcoming session to vastly improve the working conditions for all staff. TDCJ must do everything possible to do away with the good old boy system that is mentioned in the report. TDCJ must make it more appealing for staff to move their families to units in areas that are hard to fill. Closing units while we are experiencing an increase in inmate population is not a viable option. TDCJ must update its equipment to make officers' jobs more proficient. Many officers are working in areas with inmates and have no way to call for assistance if needed. Imagine working in a prison and not having even a radio to be able to call for assistance. In 2024, we're still in the age of TDCJ officers that are working pods that do not have a desk to work on and not even a chair to rest their feet while working 12 to 18-hour shifts. Staff are not allowed to bring in fluids or water and must rely on TDCJ to provide water. There are regular reports of officers not having any water or being limited to 2 bottles per shift. Officers are not being paid for their hard-earned overtime in a timely manner, and some are still waiting months to be paid. In fiscal year 2023, TDCJ staff, mostly lieutenants and below, lost 95 years of comp time. This means they worked the equivalent of 95 years for free in one fiscal year. Due to the inability to use the comp time that they've earned because of the units being so short-staffed that officers cannot get approved to take time off. Staff feel the disparity system is unfair and not equitable. Some disparities take months to be processed. There is no neutral party assessment for terminations, and many staff resign before disparities are processed because they do not feel they will be treated fairly. In many cases, the least amount of discipline to correct an action is not used and is excessive. Officers are put on probation for years at a time with disparities hanging over their heads. Most staff do not file grievances due to the fear of retaliation. Group grievances are not allowed to be filed, but if they were, they would show that a large number of officers are often affected by the same issue.
Mr. Ormsby, did you recognize?
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, Chair would recognize Ms. Molnar.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Sue Molnar, and I'm the Executive Director of Texas Voices for Reason and Justice. A large part of our mission at Texas Voices is to provide support to family members who have a loved one on the Texas Sex Offense Registry and to assist registered people in finding the resources they need to live a healthy, productive, and crime-free life. We often fall short when it comes to housing. Options are scarce, especially for registrants on parole. About 4 years ago, I started receiving a large number of calls and emails from family members and letters from incarcerated people whose home had been denied because of a policy that restricts registered people from living within 500 feet of any location where a bus stops to pick up or drop off children. These bus stop locations include door-to-door, house-to-house pickups. Those are not actually places where children gather. They're places where children live. Texas sends out their buses to pick up and drop off kids all throughout Texas, and it's impossible to locate housing in an area where a bus does not stop. I learned that an incarcerated person can submit a motion to modify, but incarcerated people and their family members have never heard of a motion to modify. Parole attorneys tell me that the vast majority of these motions are denied anyway, and there are multiple hundreds of people who sit in TDCJ waiting for a bed at a halfway house when they already have a place to go. The parole bus stop restriction is broader than necessary. We propose that the restriction be modified to prohibit standing, parking, or loitering within 200 feet of a place where the school bus stops at a time when children are actively gathering, but not to include the door-to-door, house-to-house pickups. Thank you for hearing my testimony. We want the same thing that all of you want, for people to succeed, reenter, and reintegrate with no more victims.
Thanks for your testimony. At this time, Chair to recognize Dr. Rodriguez.
Buenas tardes, Chairperson Bell and distinguished members of this commission. I am Dr. Lourdes Rodriguez, Chief Executive Officer of the David Rockefeller Fund, a national foundation that supports, among other things, justice system transformation. Our grantees include organizations in Texas supporting initiatives to ensure more humane policies within detention systems, including effective advocacy to improve conditions of confinement. I'm also speaking as a public health expert focusing on the well-being of populations experiencing vulnerability, as a Texan by marriage, and as a woman of faith who believes in atonement and that every person is an image bearer of God. I want to thank the Sunset staff for the review of the TDCJ and acknowledge that your report includes important recommendations. I respectfully want to point out an oversight related to an important challenge and an opportunity. The challenge of working and confinement conditions in facilities without air conditioning that create risks that worsen chronic illness and sometimes contribute to the death of people who are in the care of our great state of Texas. And the opportunity to include air conditioning and indoor climate control as you consider improvements to the physical infrastructure of existing facilities. This is the most notable topic in Texas prisons from a longitudinal perspective that the Sunset Report did not emphasize. I implore you to consider the need to incorporate air conditioning in physical infrastructure planning. The health implications of not considering this topic will continue to negatively impact not only the people under the care of the state, but who are paying their debt to society, but also the staff who oversee and care for them. Addressing this topic will significantly improve staff retention rates and job satisfaction, issues extensively highlighted in the report. Mil gracias for listening.
Thank you. If your comment members, are there any questions for this panel? All right, thank you. Thank you all for being here. Thanks for your testimony. Next panels will be Chivas Watson, Tiffany Forrestal, Helen Gabler, and Marcy Simmons. Following up behind them will be Denise Cherry, Demetrius Tony, Ashlyn Gaddy, and Lavernon King. Those next four will be on deck. As a reminder, please, for the record, state your name and who you represent.
Not very graceful. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This time, the chair would call Chivas Watson. All right. Record show, Mr. Watson is not here. Chair would recognize Ms. Tiffany Forrestal. Please
Hello.
state your name and who you represent.
My name is Tiffany Forrestal and I'm representing myself. First, I want to thank you for the opportunity to share my concerns about and suggestions for TDCJ. It is important to me that you know my concerns are both humanitarian in general and deeply personal. Every week before I talk to my brother who is imprisoned, I worry that the phone won't ring and our previous call will be the last time we get to speak. Every time I hang up, I hope it isn't the last, especially in the summer when it's over 100 degrees outside and inside his unit is even hotter. When on a good day, they only get 2 coolers of ice every 6 hours after sleeping on the concrete floor because everything else is too hot. On a bad day or week, there's no running water in the unit at all, not even flush toilets. And in those cases, I've been told by TDCJ that the provided 5 gallons of water for 84 people once every 5 hours is sufficient in the summer heat, even though that's less than 1 cup per person. And they have to watch helplessly as peers with health conditions, and sometimes even healthy ones, never return from medical when it's inexplicably not considered heat related. On top of being too hot and not having reliable water, many units have large quantities of black mold and mildews in the showers. The dining halls are infested with roaches and rodents. The food being served is spoiled, and the sack lunches they receive on lockdown are also often rotten. When they do file grievances about these issues, they frequently get lost or damaged beyond legibility, and much of the time are followed up with retaliation. I hope for all of us that we can remember that prisoners are still people who we must treat humanely, lest we lose our own humanity. Food, water, and safe shelter are the bare minimum. My suggestions for improvements include more independent oversight, work programs counting towards time served, granting parole more often for appropriate nonviolent eligible candidates, more transparency and communication of policies and decisions, and install climate control systems. I hope we can all strive towards more humanity. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you. At this time, the chair recognizes Helen Gabler.
Thank you very much. Well, my name is Helen Gabler. I'm the Senior Research Attorney for the William Wayne Justice Center at the University of Texas School of Law. In that role, I direct the law school's Parole Project, the state's largest provider of pro bono parole services. I'm also a member of the statewide parole working group. I'm here today to speak to the important role that expanding access to parole and streamlining the parole decision-making process can play in safely and quickly addressing the very real and serious challenges facing TDCJ and outlined so thoroughly in the Sunset Staff Report. I commend them on their work. Details as to how these changes can be effectuated can be found in a new report that I co-authored titled Parole Reform in Texas, Recommendations to Achieve Forward-Looking Justice. I've submitted copies of the report as my written testimony. You should all have one. Today, I want to emphasize two key points that speak to the Parole Board's constitutional obligation to maximize the restoration of human potential while restraining the growth of prison and jail populations. First, individuals are systematically being forced by the Parole Board to serve a longer, much longer portion of their sentence inside TDCJ than is needed to ensure public safety. When individuals are denied parole over and over, based solely on backward-facing static factors without consideration of obvious on-the-ground success or a full understanding of a person's unique circumstances, the Parole Board is failing in its constitutional obligation. The board's chronically low approval rates and the delays in releasing individuals, even those who have been approved, exacerbates the staffing crisis and costs the state hundreds of millions of dollars in unnecessary prison growth. Second, the decision to abolish Texas's system of mandatory supervision 30 years ago went too far and is not based on what we know today about recidivism risks and the long-term harm that comes with lengthy separation from one's community. Many states today are enacting targeted administrative or objective parole, which provides a streamlined process to ensure the quick release of individuals who have shown themselves to be ready to succeed on parole. It is time for Texas to likewise revisit this earlier decision and find a middle ground that provides for a more transparent, predictable, and streamlined parole process, the details of which I include in the report. I'm happy to speak with any of you or your staff about my report or any other questions you may have about the Sunset Staff Report recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. This time, the chair would recognize Marcy Simmons.
Thank you. My name is Marcy Marie Simmons. I'm a representative of Linus Justice Impacted Women's Alliance. I'm also part of the statewide parole working group and speaking on behalf of myself. I spent 10 years incarcerated in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. I've been home about 4 years. When I signed for my 20-year sentence, my lawyer showed me a parole eligibility chart, told me if I behaved, I would go home. I get to prison, similar to Mr. Lilly's testimony, and start asking, what do I need to do to make parole? And nobody seemed to know. They even joked about there being a hat that had everybody's name in it where they just kind of picked numbers because there was pick names and numbers because there was no like real rhyme or reason as to what we could tell what the decision-making process was. There was no clear pathway. After being denied 4 times as a lowest custody level, as a college student and as someone with no disciplinary history, I was getting denied for my crime and not for anything that I was doing within the system. I lost hope. My mental health spiraled down. I saw this happen with my peers as well. And when that happens, when an incarcerated person loses hope, they become dangerous to themselves, to their peers and to staff. They start making poor decisions. They don't care about getting in trouble. They don't care about, frankly, their own lives when you're in prison and you have no hope. So I encourage, my recommendation for that would be that the parole board would line out a very clear pathway for incarcerated persons, something that they could really look at and say, okay, I need to do this, I need to study this, I need to work on this, so that that keeps forward movement. Additionally, on parole, for the first 3 years, my stipulations included not having a checking account, savings account, debit card, credit card. These stipulations, they've created big time barriers, you can imagine, in today's technology. So I just recommend that some of those outdated stipulations be reviewed and changed. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this panel? Thank y'all for being here today. We appreciate your time. Next, the chair would call Denise Cherry, Demetrius Tony, Ashlyn Gaddy, and Lavernon King. Be the next panel. Behind them will be Lindsay Greenwood, Brittany Robertson, Tara Tucker, and Darwin Hamilton. Once again, I'll remind you for the record, please state your name and who you represent. At this time, the chair would recognize Denise Cherry.
Hi, my name is Denise Cherry. I'm representing Alliance Justice Impacted Women Alliance. I did 33 years in TDC. I am justice impacted. I was released in 2022. I want to say that I went through the STRIVE programming. I felt like this program would be more effective if offered before parole answers. It felt like it was a last minute thing to me. It felt rushed. It was good, but this needs to be offered to more than the population, and for us to be able to spend more time in the program. Just 90 days is nothing. I did 33 years. 3 months of class was not enough to help me to learn how to, as an adult, to reintegrate back into society. I suggest making the program more impactful and actually useful. As again, I was 15 years old when I caught this case, and I did 33 years in TDC.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair would recognize Demetrius Tony.
Excuse me. Hi, my name is Demetrius Tony, and I'm here representing Linus Justice Impacted Women Alliance as well. I am the lead organizer in the Dallas County area. I also am a formerly incarcerated woman of 23 years. I was, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. I was incarcerated at the age of 16, and I'm here to discuss the fact that I was placed into a drug program that was I wanted to talk about the program that are supposed to be in place to rehabilitate us. I was sent to a drug program for a parole answer, even though I did not have a substance use problem. I feel that there should have been a program built especially for those who have gone into the system as a kid that would teach us as an adult how to adjust into the world. My parole answer felt like no one really looked at my specific individual need. I'm sorry, I can't finish.
Take a moment. Take a moment. And then continue.
I feel like my parole answer, it felt like my parole answer, no one really looked at the specific individual needs. If it felt like parole did not even look at my file and needs. When you spent,
Go ahead. Go ahead and finish that.
okay, I'm sorry. When you spend your whole life in the justice system, there should be a program that prepares us how to live as an adult. I struggled when I got home. I still struggle. There are very unique challenges for those of us who did big time and who grew up
Go ahead.
in the prison system. My parole answer and the program that they sent me to did not prepare me for life on the outside. TDCJ should create more individual programs to meet unique needs.
Thank you for your testimony. This time, Chair recognizes Ashlyn Gaddy.
My name is Ashlyn Gaddy. I am here representing the Texas Prison Transparency Project and the TDCJ troll pages. I'm here to address a real crisis within our state's prison system, the alarming rise in drug overdoses and suicides. These tragedies are not mere statistics. They represent the loss of countless lives, broken families, and a profound failure in our system of rehabilitation. The statistics in our system are grim. Overdoses and suicides in our prisons have reached epidemic levels. These deaths are not inevitable consequences of incarceration. They are a preventable outcome of systemic failures and a lack of adequate support. The root causes of this crisis are complex and multifaceted. Limited access to mental health care, inadequate addiction treatment programs, overcrowding, and a lack of meaningful rehabilitation opportunities all contribute to the grim reality. The prevalence of drugs within the prisons exacerbates the problems and are fueling the addiction and despair. To rectify this crisis, we must implement comprehensive reform that addresses the underlying causes. Most of your drug addicts started using drugs at a very young age, and that is the same time that their brains stop maturing. We have to remember that. We have to expand mental health and addiction treatment. We need to implement evidence-based treatment programs, including medication-assisted therapies when they're needed. Provide ongoing counseling and support to inmates far beyond their release. Also, we need to enhance security measures to prevent smuggling into the prisons. Employ advanced detection technologies like the Gemini machines that the Border Patrol uses. It will detect every chemical known to man with the smallest minuscule sample. Foster a sense of community and purpose amongst inmates. That's very important. Prioritize reentry support by providing comprehensive reentry and parole programs. The cost of inaction is immeasurable. Every life lost within our prisons is a tragedy that demands our attention. By investing in these reforms, we can save lives, reduce recidivism, and create a more just and compassionate society. Let us not turn a blind eye to the crisis. Let us take action, demand change, and ensure that our prisons become places of rehabilitation, not of despair and death. These lives of countless individuals depend on it. Thank you.
This time, Chair recognizes Mr. Vernon King.
My name is Laverne King. I'm here on behalf of Lioness and Texas Cure. When I was incarcerated, I seen many inmates murdered at the hands of correctional officers, and it was being covered up as suicide. Me, myself, when I spoke out against these things, I were put in segregation, basically with no cases, or I was either transported through different units, being on chain buses where they hid me and they took me off of counts, and they just kept me away for months and months at a time. And I would write letters to my mother and making sure that if anything would happen to me, that please investigate this because I would never, up under my right mind, kill myself. I conclude.
Thank you, Mr. King. Any questions, members of this panel? Senator Paxton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a question in your testimony regarding a statement you made about this is the time when their brain stops maturing. Could you expound upon that statement?
I'm not a doctor, but the research that I've done, and I can tell you, experience with my own child and myself, I'm a recovering addict too. You pretty much stop maturing the same time you start using drugs. And until you get clean and sober, your brain chemistry can't fire correctly. You're going to be imbalanced. And until you get clean, your brain doesn't start reacting again. So a lot of your inmates are going to be stuck at whatever age they start using. When you add trauma into it, it exacerbates it. It makes it 10 times worse. And majority of these guys are already traumatized, already addicted, and they go into an environment where it's nothing but more trauma and more addiction around them. Drug users are going to use if there's drugs there without any kind of direction. And that's just a fact.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Any other questions? This panel. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Testimony today. Next panel up, Chair recognize Lindsay Greenwood, Brittany Robertson, Tara Tucker, Darwin Hamilton. Behind them will be Mandy Zapata, Tamika Motley, Jennifer Toon, and Susan Kellogg. A reminder for the record, please state your name and who you represent, and this time the chair would recognize Lindsay Greenwood. Ms. Greenwood?
Yes,
here?
sir.
All right. State your name and who you
No,
represent.
you're fine. I was just finishing up. I apologize. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope y'all all had a good lunch break. I'm Lindsay Greenwood. I'm an ex-inmate inside of the walls of TDCJ Crane Unit in Gatesville, Texas, and then now am an advocate for Texas Cure. As an offender in TDCJ, I was placed in the maintenance department for work and was part of the only 6 inmates chosen out of the then 550 women on the Crane Unit for the highly sought after position in the boiler room. Boiler room, you may be asking yourself, huh? Yes, because it was the only job that was unsupervised on the whole unit by a prison guard. And I worked the overnight shift, so I was all alone. My direct supervisor was a gentleman outside of the unit and would travel from unit to unit. During my time working in the maintenance department, I was greatly impacted on the issue with continuous contaminated water that deeply affects the safety and health of the inmates, in which everyone in this room is very well aware of. This is what the Advisory Commission clearly states is very important, which is health. The issue with the contaminated water was not only a daily nightmare, but a weekly, monthly, and yearly issue. I would like to place you in a situation I personally experienced back in the sweltering summer of 2016 in TDCJ. It was a 40-person dorm, 118 degrees heat index. Proof of this temperature was given to me by my maintenance boss using the IR thermometer, commonly called the temperature gun or infrared thermometer. This is a non-contact method using the laser to pinpoint the area being tested by the radiation emitted. My living area, or cubicle, was located right next to the private gated and locked room containing the water heater around 3 feet away, probably this distance here. Please imagine yourself in the hottest room possible with no AC, trying to fall asleep. You finally somehow doze off and all of a sudden are awakened by the rush of the water in the room and made sleep there overnight. I'm sure at this point you would be highly upset and frustrated. What if someone told you to deal with it? Oh, well, eventually it will get fixed. How do you feel? I'm unsure if any of you have experienced no AC in your home, loss of water for more even than a day. Even at this point, being optimistic seems unattainable. Moving forward, while working in the boiler room, I was allowed into the water heater room located in the dorm with supervision of the dorm officer's oversight. I would then be able to shut off the water heater to prevent further damage and issues until a maintenance boss could get to the dorm to resolve the problem. I'm sorry, I was just wanting y'all, if y'all could please just repair the issues with with the water being contaminated with the inmates. It's horrible. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
You're
This time, the
welcome.
chair would recognize Brittany Robertson.
Hi, Brittany Robertson with Texas Prison Reform as well as the TPCA. I mean, I think the biggest thing to start with is the fact that there's been 65 suicides in 365 days. That's provided by the TDCJ. It's in my written comments in your hands. Now, the numbers are projected to be 309 by the 2030 plan. If we continue on current projections at 65 a year until 2030, that is how many we will lose. There is 1,461 active gang members within your prisons. In order for them to leave their gang, they must enroll in the grad program, which currently has a wait list of 207 individuals. My work is primarily with security threat group members, both active and former. You know them as gang members. The TDCJ chooses to deny the majority of rehabilitative and educational as well as vocational programming to these offenders, regardless of if their crime of conviction was in any way gang-related. Also, if their disciplinaries while in custody were in any way gang-related, which the majority do not have. The majority are low-level drug offenders, primarily non-violent, normally found to be in possession of 1 to 4 grams of methamphetamine, showing a clear substance abuse problem. However, these individuals are not allowed to obtain substance abuse programming within the TDCJ. These individuals are also housed in solitary, meaning they are self-medicating at an alarming rate. We all know what K2 is, and we all know what we need to do about it. There's not enough officers trained in Narcan. There's not enough officers to watch. And the corrections managed healthcare policy led to the deaths of 4 individuals who had prior mental health treatment prior to incarceration, meaning outside of solitary, they suffered with mental health symptoms. Placed in indefinite isolation, where right now there are men at McConnell who have went 15 days without leaving their cell for a shower or recreation. Of course, those symptoms are exacerbated. The individuals.
I need you to wrap it up.
Yep. The incarcerated individuals found in that packet are very open to being visited, spoken to, and willing to help implement the changes this is needed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This time, chair would recognize Tara Tucker.
Hi, Tara Tucker, State Director on behalf of the Alliance for Safety and Justice and over 13,000 Texas victims of violent crime. We have participated in the Sunset Commission stakeholder process, and we commend the Sunset staff on the fantastic work. The Sunset staff findings align with what our research team has found through analyzing years of data to identify areas where safety and efficiency can improve while saving Texas taxpayers money. The report highlighted concerns we share, specifically on issue 5, extending parole supervision. The Sunset report identified an alarming staffing crisis affecting TDCJ operations and TDCJ parole officers. To safely address the overextended parole system and improve efficiencies, Sunset legislation should include an incentive credit for nonviolent, low-risk offenders. This would create an employment and faith-based tool to safely move low-risk, nonviolent parolees off of caseloads to help alleviate staffing shortages and save taxpayer money. We estimate this policy would save Texas an estimated $9.1 million per year. Other states have seen work credits really improve their systems. They already exist here in Texas for probation and have been codified in Florida and Arizona as well. On issue 6, the BPP decision-making process, the Sunset report also identifies that parole case review and decision-making processes remain inconsistent and inefficient, undermining the safety goals of the parole process and exacerbating the staffing crisis. The recommendation in this staff report are similar to previous years, which have not sufficiently mitigated these issues. One solution is to create an objective parole approach for low-risk cases so that safety criteria guide decision-making and the BPP can focus more resources on higher-risk cases who pose the greatest public safety concerns. I've submitted more detailed comments on both of those recommendations, and I urge the commission to include the workforce credits and objective parole in your final recommendations.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. Chair to recognize Darwin Hamilton.
Good morning, good afternoon, Chairman and members of the Sunset Advisory Commission. I'm Darwin Hamilton, speaking in behalf of myself, as well as a member of the Philosophy and Literature Circle, which is a collaboration between the University of Texas, San Antonio and Trinity University. But what that doesn't say is that I am a formerly incarcerated person who spent 5.5 years incarcerated between the state, county, and private prison system. I also spent 17 years on parole. It also doesn't say to you that I retired from the state government after 25 years of service. So I'm here advocating in behalf of higher education in prison because we say as a society that we value education. However, as noted, TDCJ lacks sufficient oversight and strategic planning for incarcerated people's rehabilitation programs. And the reason this is important to me because when I was incarcerated nearly, or say a little over 30 years ago, and I wanted to pursue a higher education, one of the things the correctional officer said to me was, the state has already paid for your education once, and we're not going to do it again, because I was someone who had a high school diploma already. So prison didn't offer me anything of value in the sense for me to become necessarily who I am today. So I'm also advocating for person-centered language because I am not a convict. I'm not an offender. And if we want to change culture within our TDCJ system, we need to think about using person-centered language. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Any members, are there any questions for this panel? Thank y'all for being here.
Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
This time, Chair would recognize the next panel. Mandy Zapata, Tamika Motley, Jennifer Toon, and Susan Kellogg. The next panel behind them would be Diana Zalewski, Christine Taba, Alex Garza, and Ronald Eubanks. As a reminder, for the record, please state your name and who you represent, please. This time, the chair recognizes Mandy Zapata.
Hi. Hi, my name is Mandy Zapata, and I am representing Texas Civil Rights Project and Lioness Justice Impacted Women's Alliance. I will be addressing the issue number 5 of the Sunset Staff Report. The unnecessary barriers to effective supervision and reentry created by the Parole Board's post-release special conditions are what I will be speaking on, emphasizing the barriers from my own personal experience. As a woman who was incarcerated for 7 years away from my children who were 1 and 5 when I left, my special conditions included a curfew ankle monitor, a UA every week, 2 AA meetings a week, employment, and the stipulation that I could not operate a motor vehicle. These special conditions not only put strain on my parole officers, and yes, that's parole officers, because I had 2, one involved with my file and one with my monitor. This was also a barrier and strain on my transition to reentry. My parole officer was in Rosenberg, and I lived in a small country town named Columbus, Texas. And for those who are unaware, that's a distance of 49 miles, which equates to about an hour drive one way. I did not receive any help with transportation, just the kindness of my family, friends, and strangers. Excuse me. Not receiving any help with transportation, which played a pivotal part in my visitation access to my children due to my conditions. If their dads or someone wouldn't bring them to me, I would have to endure not seeing them. And if I was lucky enough to have them brought to me, they had to be stuck inside all weekend because of the barriers imposed on me. This made my transition period mentally, emotionally, and physically harder than the already challenging concept of returning to a society that progressed so quickly in my absence. I urge you to encourage the interview parole officer to conduct real interviews and make it, conduct real interviews, conduct real interviews, and instead of doing these blind methods of programming and special conditions for everyone. Require CJAD and the BPP to review current practices and develop plans to eliminate outdated or arbitrary conditions of parole and probation, limiting maximum terms instead where the use of supervision is necessary. Rely only on relevant conditions and avoid imposing unnecessarily burdensome conditions to help encourage success. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zapata. Chair recognizes Tamika Motley.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank the Sunset Commission for your time in reviewing TDCJ and making the much needed recommendations. I thought it was only fair to allow the one person that would have benefited from those recommendations to be present for this conversation. This is my son, Jovian Motley. He was a correctional officer at the Wainwright unit and was killed November 13, 2023. And I want to speak for everyone that came out today. This is our cry for help. What we're seeing is a public safety issue. When you have inmates that are able to escape and be on the run for 3 weeks and kill 5 innocent people, it's a cry for help. And there's no accountability. When you have officers that are not equipped with the things that they need to do their job and to go into dark cells where the lighting is not enough to give information as to why one officer didn't come out alive. It's a safety issue. And we're a year in. Today is my birthday, and I'm here standing for my son because we want to know what happened. And we want to know, how does this continue to happen? It's hard to trust an agency to fix an issue that have been over the issue for so long. We're living through a broken system. And so it's hard to trust without some level of state or federal oversight to make sure that true change happens, to make sure that there's not another Jovian Motley. And so we know that corrections is a dangerous job. We understand that, but safety has to be priority, and we're not seeing that today. We're not seeing that. And I want to acknowledge one of the comments that Mr. Collier made about officers not having radios. All officers not having radios is an issue because inmates have been allowed or able to pop the locks, get out of their cells, attack officers. One officer was brutally attacked and had to be rushed to the hospital, and he didn't have a radio to call for backup. So it's an issue. And I don't want to diminish what we're living through every day. And so again, this is our cry for help.
Thank you, Ms. Motley. This time, Chair will recognize Jennifer Toon.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Toon. I am the Executive Director of Lioness Justice Impacted Women's Alliance. I also work as a Community Advocacy Director at the Texas After Violence Project. I am a woman, a formerly incarcerated woman of about 20 years. I was first incarcerated when I was 15. First of all, I want to say the sunset recommendations are a great start. They are a great start. So I encourage you to lean in and be willing to go even further with those recommendations. Give those recommendations the teeth that they need to be effective. Some of the things that I do want to highlight, and I will try to be really concise here. Staffing, it's not the money, it's the conditions. So specifically, I want to speak to the heat conditions. When it's 130 degrees inside those cells, staff are just as much in danger as incarcerated people. And so they have a choice to leave. We don't, and they have the choice to leave, and they do. So I really encourage you to address the heat issue in our prisons. The rehabilitation programming, and you heard this already from some testimony, programming was not evidence-based. It wasn't having the impact that we know that we need to see. So specifically, I want to mention higher education. I was a student when Windham was the administrator over higher education. And I was also a student when when TDCJ was over higher education. And let me tell you something, it was night and day. So I really am encouraged, and I feel very hopeful for our higher education, especially for incarcerated women. They were the ones that suffered the most when that shift happened. So I'm really encouraged to see that go back under Windham. And concerning parole, I want to highlight something that Marcy said earlier, is that incarcerated people see parole as the symbol of hope and meaning. And I know you have a tough job balancing victim rights and incarcerated people's rights, but please keep that in mind as you continue to make policies around parole.
Thank you for your comments. This time, the chair to recognize Susan Kellogg.
Thank you and good afternoon to everyone on the commission. My story is this. My son's father and I both live near Austin. My son was not allowed to parole to his father's home because it's considered to be 499 feet from the office of an online high school. In other words, 1 foot from an acceptable distance for a parolee on the sex offender registry. I moved back to Texas and bought a house to house my son. My home was ruled out because it's supposedly within 500 feet of a school bus stop, even though before moving, I diligently searched for bus stops within that distance. I then searched for a place in Austin and couldn't find any place that would accept him given the child safety zone issues. I searched in another city and identified something. He transitioned successfully, got a job, purchased a car, and established positive relationships with his parole officer and treatment provider. He's complied with every rule. The halfway house he was living in was exceptionally well run. My son had a stable routine when suddenly last spring, he and every other resident were told by the parole division to move out within 2 weeks because of a bus stop. He had not even gotten to live there 6 months. After nearly 2 harrowing weeks, he found another place. Several others didn't. I can't stress enough that no one in the house even knew such a bus stop existed. All the residents were focused on complying with their parole obligations and reestablishing their lives. I thought stable housing would be considered of great value for successful reentry. Housing and family relationships are the basis for succeeding at everything. Working, complying with all, parole conditions, and reestablishing life beyond incarceration. There's no data supporting proximity to bus stop regulations, and I could say more about research, but just to finish. I'm frightened my son will spend his remaining time on parole playing musical chairs with his housing. This can't be effective.
Thank you, Ms. Kellogg. Members, any questions for this panel? Okay. Thank you all for being here today. We appreciate your testimony. Next panel is Diana Zawinski, Christine Daba, Alexa Garza, and Ronald Eubanks. The next panel behind them will be Teresa Hernandez, Jessica Dickerson, Michelle Ramos, and Destiny Villarreal. So if you'll be prepared to come next, I'd appreciate it. Panelists, for the record, please state your name and who you represent. And at this time, the chair would recognize Diana Zawinski.
Good afternoon. My name is Diana Zalewski, and I'm here representing myself. And I just want to thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony. It was the night before Halloween this year at around 6 p.m. when I was walking my dog up the street back to our home. I noticed a school bus slowly driving up the street and then stopping in front of a house a few houses down from where I live. My heart nearly stopped. Now, I had an almost impossible task of finding a safe home for my boyfriend, who will be up for parole in April 2025. I moved in April 2024, believing that I was providing him with a stable environment. But that Halloween Eve night, the reality of the school bus stop issue hit me hard, and I felt an overwhelming panic. What am I supposed to do now? I understand that my boyfriend will have certain restrictions while on parole, but this arbitrary bus stop situation feels unjust. 2 other registered citizens live near me, yet they aren't on parole or probation, so they're allowed to stay? That doesn't make any sense. In addition, bus routes change every year. making it an illogical and unreasonable stipulation for families to make plans for the release of their loved ones. We are doing everything we can so that when our loved ones are released, they're released to a home where they have support, love, and guidance. My boyfriend is not a threat. He struggled with a past addiction that spiraled out of control. He had undergone intensive therapy prior to being incarcerated, and he is ready to reintegrate into society. We are both eager to resume our lives together, but this situation can tear us apart. This policy not only jeopardizes our ability to live together, but it can also force him and others like him into homelessness. How can we expect people to rebuild their lives when they face such unreasonable barriers? This isn't just about rules, this is about lives. Families like ours are simply trying to create a safe, supportive environment for our loved ones. We need solutions that promote reintegration, not policies that push people back into the shadows. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. This time, the chair recognizes Christine Odoba. Did I say that right?
Are you saying, okay, my name is Kirsten Budwine. Maybe I took your spot. I thought you were saying Budwine.
No,
Sorry. You can say my spot. I'll be back.
You would please state your name for record and who you represent.
Hello, my name is Christine Eldaub, and I'm a human rights lawyer representing the Jailhouse Lawyer Initiative. I'll be presenting testimony on behalf of a jailhouse lawyer who's incarcerated in the TDCJ system. I've omitted his name and personal details to protect his identity. Good afternoon. I fully expect to experience some form of retaliation for submitting this testimony, as I have experienced retaliation for my other legal advocacy work. However, I'm compelled by a moral obligation to articulate the extent of conditions within Texas prisons. Therefore, I submit the following for the Commission to consider. The excessive heat and understaffing issues at TDCJ create extremely dangerous and unconstitutional conditions for Texas prisoners. I've been incarcerated in TDCJ since 2009 and have been in the Robertson unit since 2012. Understaffing has been a problem throughout my 15 years in TDCJ and has worsened since COVID, impacting levels of security and supervision. I've witnessed numerous incidents of inmate-on-inmate violence caused by a lack of meaningful supervision, where officers fail to prevent or intervene because they did not have the capacity to do so. I've experienced numerous lockdowns because of short staffing, where hours pass without observing a single officer. Security and welfare checks are non-existent. Cold water is not passed out by the officers in the hot months, and inmates are given supervisory roles over other inmates, a practice expressly prohibited by TDCJ policy and Texas statute, but is rendered necessary because of staff shortages. Historical understaffing in TDCJ shows that these problems cannot be cured by increasing staff. Recruitment and retention efforts have proven to be insufficient without efforts to reduce the prison population to manageable levels by improving the efficacy of parole system to ensure that more eligible incarcerated people are released from prison earlier. I will now discuss the inhumane heat conditions. The cells are made of concrete and steel that retain ambient heat that does not let up at night. I've been confined in a cell in temperatures as high as 100 degrees Fahrenheit with nothing to mitigate the ambient heat but a single fan that feels like a blow dryer. It is an unbearable, suffocating feeling. Air conditioning in TDCJ is not a matter of luxury. It is a matter of life and death. Air conditioning should be installed in all TDCJ facilities to ensure constitutionally compliant prison conditions and to protect the safety of all incarcerated people. There have been days that were so unbearable that my cellmate and I flooded the cell with toilet water in order to lay in it. Thank you.
Thank you. This time, Chair recognizes Ms. Alex Carter.
Hi, my name is Alexa Garza. I'm a policy analyst with Ed Trust in Texas. Thank you for the staff for the diligent research and all your efforts to ensure the adopted versions of the report positively impacts the lives of Texans. As noted in issue 4, studies show that incarcerated individuals who participate in higher ed are far less likely to reoffend and more likely to gain employment upon release. These programs have also been shown to improve prison culture, creating safe environments for both residents and staff.
Based on the proven benefits, the federal government fully restored Pell Grant eligibility for incarcerated individuals in 2023. With nearly half of all incarcerated Texans Pell eligible and House Bill 8 now rewarding community colleges based on student outcomes, there has never been a better opportunity to expand access to high-quality post-secondary education in Texas prisons. Post-secondary education within TDC has historically been governed entirely by a budget rider, and there remains no statutory change recommended in the staff report. We believe this is insufficient and recommend establishing a statutory basis to better reflect legislative intent, enshrine basic principles, and ensure longevity for post-secondary educational programming in Texas prisons. We fully support the recommendation to transfer administration and management of post-secondary from TDC back to Windham, which oversaw these programs prior to 2011. Since that time, enrollment and credential completion has declined by nearly 50%. While recommendation 4.12 to transfer this function through Rider 26 is an improvement, we recommend the memorandum of understanding accomplishing this transfer be required by statute. While Pell Grants can provide much-needed funding to expand programs and student access, the post-secondary education reimbursement, or PSER funds, remain a key funding source. Also governed by a budget rider, PSER provides zero-interest loans for higher ed or vocational programs within TDC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Chair recognizes Ronald Eubank.
Cool. Hello, how y'all doing? My name is Ronald Eubanks. I'm an exoneree for a wrongly conviction, a crime I never committed. In 1992, I was coerced to sign a confession because I couldn't read and write. And I never got anything, no compensation or nothing for what they done to me. But what I did get from TDCJ was PTSD. They never did anything for me. I always wondered many nights, I cried, and I thought about people like you. Did you care about me or people like me? Because I never felt love because I was treated like an animal. I was starved, I was beat. They didn't even try to give me education, could never make parole. I came up parole about 8 times. And I wasn't a bad inmate. It was my first time in prison, didn't know nothing about it. And yet they turned me down every time. Why? I don't know. But that's the way it happened. When I went to Windham, the school district, they kicked me out because of what I was arrested for, which was aggravated sexual assault. Something, you know, and it's not just me, it's other guys and people that's in there. And not only with that, my eyesight, they took that from me. Now I'm legally blind because of what TDCJ did to me. This is not fair for me or the rest of the men and women that are incarcerated. And I really believe that you people ought to take a stand for justice for all people, not just some people, but all people. I believe in victims' right because I am a victim. I'm a victim of this system, a broken system. And until you fix it, it will continuously happen to more people. I can't stand to be around a lot of people. It hurts me because I'm scared somebody gonna say I did something wrong and I'll be forced right back into your system.
Thank you, Mr. Eubanks. Appreciate
Thank you.
your testimony. Any questions? Mr. Austin?
Ma'am, and I'm sorry I didn't remember write down your name, but I have a question. You talked about retaliation. It just kind of, I've kind of heard this mentioned indirectly a couple times, but by whom? Where's the retaliation coming from? And is this kind of a one-off type event, or is this something that's, you feel, systemic?
So at JLI, we correspond with jailhouse lawyers all across the state of Texas. And something that we hear over and over again is that people who engage in legal advocacy work to advocate for their rights and the rights of their peers experience retaliation by TDCJ officials, whether it's at high levels or at lower correctional officer levels, whether it's being their medicine getting messed with or being placed in solitary confinement or losing access to the tablets. There's a whole host of forms of retaliation that are experienced, unfortunately, by people who engage in this important work.
Let me ask this the other direction. Have you had any successes with their legal request to come up from administration to be able to make some positive changes?
In the court system, there have been some successes. There's many, many hurdles and problems with the grievance system, as others have alluded to here. But jailhouse lawyers have come up with many creative ways to work within a system that has erected many barriers to infringe upon their rights.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Ms. Hull, Representative Hull.
Thank you. Sir, you said your name is Ronald Eubanks, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell me again when you were convicted, when you went into prison, how long you were there?
I was convicted in 1992. I got out in 2003. They gave me a 10-year sentence. And I registered for a sex offender for 10 years from 2003 to 2010. And they rearrested me for failure to register as a sex offender. And they gave me 5 more years. And even with the 5 years, I couldn't make parole. I did 4 years and about 4 months before they finally let me out on the 5 years. And even with my medical, they never treated me for my glaucoma. They knew I had it. And so when they had me in there, they never sent me to like a medical unit. I was at a regular unit until they had a riot and they had to shoot tear gas, and the doctor, because I couldn't see at all no more at that time, she got mad and she called somebody on the phone and said, this guy shouldn't be here. He needs to be moved to a medical unit right now. And so they finally sent me to a medical unit. And like I said, it's just, and it's just not me. They use everything as a punishment in there, everything, food, heat. There's a bunch of retaliation, the way the guards treat you. And I believe the reason why they so short in guards because a lot of good people don't want that job. And nobody recognizing that. Nobody with good standards want to work for TDC because of the things that they do to people. There's no love and there's no care. I understand people do wrong things, but a lot of those guys are mentally ill because I could tell you so many stories that I have seen people eating feces. Oh God, I mean, it's so much that sometimes I can't stand to think about it because it makes me cry. I cry for no reason. I can see a movie on TV and it's fake. And it will bring tears to my eyes if I see somebody being mistreated. And I hate it and I can't stop it. And they never gave me nothing, no help, nothing. I was just thrown out on the streets with nothing.
And you said that you are innocent and did not do the crime that you were convicted of, but that you can you explain? You said that you couldn't read or write, and so you signed something that's saying that you were guilty.
Yes, ma'am. Another guy. Well, I've been exonerated. In 2017, I was exonerated. I met a guy. I met a woman. Well, I met the woman, met the guy. And police came up and said we sexual assaulted the woman. They made her say we sexual assault her. I didn't know neither one of them. By the time they got me in the police building and stuff like that, somebody done wrote up a confession and I couldn't read it. and they told me to sign it, and
Did you know that you were signing a confession?
no, ma'am,
What did you think you were signing?
paperwork.
You didn't know.
Well, I didn't know nothing about the justice system. I was a person that, I don't know, grew up on Perry Mason. I believed in the right was going to be right and the wrong was going to be wrong. I guess because I was uneducated, that they took advantage of me. I hate to say, I hate to use a racist thing because I don't believe in that all the way, but I know it happens. I believe I was just an uneducated person that was a victim that they can victimize. And that's what they did to me. And TDC, you know, as much as I wanted help and I cried for help, there was nobody to help me. The only help I ever got was from a Bible.
The attorney, did you have what was that like, your defense? How, when you were convicted, did you plead innocent or because,
Well,
did you have a proper defense? How was that?
well, I didn't have no proper defense. The lawyer, he told me to plead no contest too. They was like, if this woman come to court and say you rape her, they're gonna give you a life sentence. Well, he said, these white folk gonna give you a life sentence. They offering you 10 years right now. I mean, they offering you 5 years probation and you can go home. I said, if I take the probation, I can go home? He said, yeah, you can go home. So I said, okay. But he told me I can come back the next day and take my plea back. So I said, okay, I'll do that. So once I realized they tricked me, I started going mentally crazy. I started not complying with the probation. I don't know how to put it in too many words, but I just went crazy. I was unstable and I wouldn't comply with nothing they asked me to do on probation. They probably sent my file back to the judge probably 20 times to revoke my probation. And I just told the judge that I wasn't well. I need to see a psychiatrist or somebody because it was eating me up inside and I couldn't function no more. So finally, I guess they got tired of me and they sent me to prison. They gave me 10 years. And I did the whole 10 years. I did the whole 5 basically. And they never, like I said, they never treated none of my I didn't have no medicals when I went to prison. Nothing. Now I got glaucoma, I'm blind, diabetes, high blood pressure, what they call that, clogged arteries or whatever. I mean, all this came from TDC, and I believe a lot of it because of how they treated me by making us eat like VitaPro. I don't know if you know about VitaPro, but we ate that. That's a substance meat of some type of animals meat, sow meat, soy meat that they made us eat. And I don't know if that was a culprit of all of my illness, but I just know that being in there left me the way I am now, which is a broken person, you know, and nobody cares, you know, nobody.
I have some other questions, but I know that we need to wrap up because I know we have other people to hear from. I'd like if you could follow up with my office because I have some questions on your 2017 exoneration and how that happened and the process and kind of the experience that you have had. So if you can follow up with my office, I'd really appreciate that because I'd really like to get some of those details. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for this panel? Chair recognizes Mr. Ellswick.
Yes, Ms. Garza, thank you for being here. In your testimony, you had said that related to post-secondary education in 2023, the federal government opened up Pell Grants for paying some of those costs. Do you know where the funding came from prior to 2023 to pay for post-secondary education? And
Yes, sir. So I served 19 years in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. I earned my higher education while incarcerated, 2 associates and a bachelor's degree. My family paid for my money for my college. For those of us that don't have family support such as that, which is the majority of those incarcerated, there's something called a PEACER fund, which if you meet certain criteria, the state of Texas will pay for 1 class a semester, and that is has to be repaid upon a condition of parole. So I can take a class a semester that the state will pay for, and then when I'm paroled, other than my parole dues, I'll have this PEACER money that I have to repay. And I will say that is a barrier because a lot of people, we walk out with $50, so we don't have, livable, sustainable wage employment. Most of us don't. So having this like debt hanging over your head is a really deterrent for people enrolling. So out of 644 females on the Mountain View unit, which is now called Old Daniel, 9 of us were actively enrolled in higher ed.
And my understanding currently is about 90% of the inmates qualify for Pell Grants, but my understanding is that doesn't cover all of the cost, that there are other resources. Do you know what those other resources are for the additional costs, and what are those additional costs? Do you know?
Yes, sir. So 133,000 incarcerated individuals in Texas, 64,000 are, according to Vera Institute of Justice, are eligible for higher education inside. Pell Grants will cover like a 2-year. It's not like a forever going to college kind of thing. There is a limit called Pell Grant limit, but the colleges that are offering programming now, they have like this federal approval process that you have to be through the Department of Education, and there's several milestones. It takes about a good process to get approved to be Pell eligible program to supply these grants. But we also have House Bill 8 that was passed last session that would give our community colleges it's not performance-based, it's like for enrollment and outcomes. So the community colleges entering have to have buy-in from their board and their regents for that administrative cost of someone like running the program. That's where that extra kind of cost comes in, not to the state per se, but to our community colleges that really want to have a vested effort in educating individuals that are going to be released.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Garza.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Chairman Bell.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Garza. Thank you, panel, for your testimony. Thanks for being here today. Next panel would be Teresa Hernandez, Jessica Dickerson, and Michelle Ramos, and Destiny Villarreal. So if you make your way, the panel behind them is Bert Butler, Douglas Sertz, Dr. Dominic, and Kristen Budwine. So if you would be prepared as the next set of panels. Once again, I'd remind you, for the record, please state your name and who you represent. And at this time, the chair would recognize Ms. Hernandez.
Hello, my name's Teresa Hernandez, and I am with Texas Incarcerated Families Association out of San Antonio. But I'm also here as a concerned parent. Quickly, I'll tell you my story. My son went in at the age of 17 years old to serve a 50-year sentence. Halfway of that sentence, on the 25th year, he became eligible for parole review, and he was reviewed. He was denied first time, denied the second time, denied the third time, and denied the fourth time. Now he's waiting on his 5th review. My concern is that I feel there's no clarity from the parole board. Each time that he goes up and is denied, the reason is the same old reason each time: the nature of the offense. He's a trustee. He's been a trustee for 6 years. He's 48 years old now. He has done every class, every spiritual, academic, vocational, and self-improvement class he can possibly take. He has met all his ITP goals. At what point is one considered rehabilitated? Rotting in prison is not the solution. Instead of denial after denial, what we need is reasons, real reasons of why someone is not being released after serving a lengthy amount of time. We need recommendations and we need goals that can be attainable. And that is my hugest concern. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Randett. Chair recognizes Jessica Dickerson. Okay. And Chair recognizes Michelle Ramos.
Hi, I'm a little nervous. This is my first time doing this, so kind of bear with me. My name's Michelle Ramos. I am here representing Lioness Justice Impacted Women's Alliance. I was incarcerated from the age of 17 to 43 years old. I did 27 years flat in prison. While I was there, I pretty much relied on the women there to kind of help me grow up and to becoming, an adult. After 27 years, I was released from prison and I realized that all the rehabilitation programs that they did have in place were not very helpful for me when I got out because one, I never paid a bill, I never paid taxes, I never had any adult responsibility. So when I came out, I was kind of like floundering a little bit. But I relied on the organization to help me get through a lot of big obstacles. I pretty much had to go through YouTube to learn Microsoft, Excel. I'm nervous, so I went through Google to look up anything that it was just very hard to be an adult. And so I've had some obstacles and I've learned along the way, but the programs that they did have in place were not very beneficial to someone like me who had no idea how to be an adult, how to be responsible, and how to have grown-up responsibilities on my hand, to rent, to have a car note, to get car insurance, to do all the things to navigate through life. So I do feel like some type of program needs to be put in that's better than Strive and that's better than Cognitive, because I went through Cognitive and we basically colored the whole time and gossiped in class. They taught me no type of cognitive skills there. Thank you.
Thank you. It's time the chair to recognize Ms. Destiny Villarreal.
Hello, my name is Destiny Villarreal, and I am here representing Lioness Justice Impacted Women Alliance and also myself. I'm speaking on the lack of staff and the impact that it has safety and security of those incarcerated. I was incarcerated at the age of 16 years old and placed in an adult prison facility. I was in the carceral system for 25 years. While I was incarcerated there, there were several instances where there was no security present, which led to women being physically and sexually assaulted, including myself. Along with negligence in medical care, there were several instances where women were having seizures and heart attacks, and no officer was present to get the necessary emergencies addressed. The complacency in the legal system is ridiculous, leaving incarcerated women locked in the dorms and cells with no supervision and sealed windows. This led to several deaths and several bodily harm, which I myself witnessed bodies being rolled out, which the aggressors or perpetrators couldn't be held accountable for their actions due to the lack of evidence. Because of the lack of staff being witnessed, it is clear that TDCJ is unable to provide the safe and humane environment for those you are responsible for. So we should stop criminalizing people and create an alternative for care instead of prison. And this is not just for the people that are incarcerated, but also for the officers as well, because there's been officers have been assaulted for lack of staff and nobody responding to help them as well. So that's all I have to say for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Villarreal, for testifying. Members, any questions for this panel? All right. Thank you. Thank you all for being here.
Yes, sir.
This time, the chair would recognize Bert Butler, Douglas Walkers, Dr. Dominic and Kristen Budwine, I'm sorry. On deck behind them will be Alicia Castillo, Justin Martinez, and Coretta Brown. Justin Martinez and Coretta Brown will be next up. Once again, for the record, please state your name and who you represent. At this time, the chair recognizes Burt Buckler.
My name is Burke Butler, and I am the Executive Director of Texas Defender Service. The clemency process for capital defendants must be reformed to ensure that it aligns with the values of fairness, consistency, and transparency that the Sunset Commission staff emphasized in issue 6 of their report. For people facing execution, clemency is a matter of life and death. It also can give victims a voice in the process. The BPP should provide public hearings either virtually or in person when evaluating a capital clemency petition. Although the BPP has authority to provide such hearings, it has not actually provided one since 1992. This is highly unusual. Other high-use death penalty states like Florida, Oklahoma, and Arizona offer hearings. The recent case of Robert Robertson is an example of the imperative of providing open clemency hearings. Mr. Robertson received extensive support in his clemency petition, including from eminent scientists and doctors, Texas legislators, autism and parental rights organizations, faith leaders, innocence advocacy groups, former judges, attorneys, and the former lead detective in his case. Yet Mr. Robertson and his supporters never received an opportunity to address the BPP. In fact, the BPP delayed their decision on Mr. Robertson's request for clemency for 24 hours without even notifying his attorney. The BPP should also provide public guidance on its criteria for assessing whether to grant capital clemency and issue a public explanation of its reasons for its ultimate recommendations. These practices would bring Texas into alignment with other states and, most importantly, would bring light to one of the most opaque government agencies in Texas. Thank you for your consideration. My recommendations are presented in more detail in the memo submitted by my organization, along with 8 other criminal justice allies.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. At this time, chair recognizes Douglas Walcross.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your wonderful work. My name is Douglas Walsers. I'm speaking on behalf of the Texas Higher Education and Prison Consortium, a group of 12 Texas colleges and universities that provide virtually all college courses taught in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. We thank the Commission for their work and wish to express our support for 5 proposals as the Commission prepares their recommendations. First, the College Consortium supports revisions to Rider 26 to clarify that funding can be used for direct costs that benefit students' post-secondary education, such as information technology, program startups, and program enhancements to meet industry standards. The College Consortium supports the development of policies that provide a streamlined process for institutions of higher education to offer programs in TDCJ facilities, regardless of the institution's service area. The College Consortium supports the development of policies that would allow students in prison education programs to work as tutors, mentors, peer advisors, and similar roles under federal work-study programs. Students would earn the same wages as college students who are not incarcerated, and wages could be designated for the payment of fines, restitution, child support, and reimbursement to the state for reasonable daily living costs. The College Consortium supports the development of policies that would allow students in prison education programs to work remotely for pre-screened employers in the commercial, public, and nonprofit sectors. And the consortium supports the development of policies that would provide written job descriptions and regular performance reviews for students during and after completion of their programs who are working for TDCJ or the Texas Correctional Industries in order to enhance their ability to be employed after they are released. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. This time, the chair recognizes Dr. Dominic.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Amit Dominic. I am the president and founder of Texas Prisons Community Advocates and apparently affectionately known to some members at the Capitol as AC. Our organization represents impacted family members as well as those who are incarcerated with their advocacy needs that tend to center on the prison conditions. From an historical perspective, the number one topic in TDCJ is a lack of humane temperature control. A simple Google search yields a vast array of research, media responses, documentaries, and community concerns that span decades. The topic has garnered a plethora of both national and international attention. International watchers are aghast at the atrocities that have been allowed to continue within TDCJ. Frankly, the lack of the state's focused, prioritized, immediate resolution and its blatant indifference has cast a black eye on the state of Texas. On multiple levels, this topic directly impacts the agency's ability to function and places unnecessary, burdensome commitments throughout the system, from costly litigation to medical care to staff retention, overall costs, maintenance costs, and to the essence of rehabilitation, therefore directly impeding the agency's ability to effectively function and implement its mission statements. Yet, the irony is that this topic has not been seen and center stage throughout the legislative process. Furthermore, the lack of compassion and accountability regarding the care of its Texas citizens is immeasurable to the community at large. When evaluating, formulating recommendations for the agency's future, the root of the issue must be addressed in alignment with the perspective of those who are directly impacted by its policies, procedures, and follow-through. I'm wrapping up. And an acknowledgement of indifference is warranted. Therefore, we implore the commission members to take aggressive action, force transparency, develop a fully funded, truly independent ombudsman's office, and to put air conditioning in all of its facilities. I think I provided some documents, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you. It's time the chair to recognize Kristen Budwine.
Greetings. My name is Kirsten Budwine, and I'm a policy attorney with the Texas Civil Rights Project. I'm also a member of the Parole Working Group. Over the past year, TCRP and Lioness have assisted individuals who are eligible for geriatric MRIS and help these individuals apply for the MRIS program. We see the MRIS program as one that, if it functions as intended, can address the issues of TDC's growing population and rising medical costs for elderly individuals. The many barriers that we face while representing our clients are reflected in the issues laid out in the Sunset Report. The report asserts that MRIS voters are not adequately prepared to decide MRIS cases because they are not following statutory guidelines and are relying on medical dictionaries to understand medical documents. These issues are problematic and make clear why only 9% of the individuals presented to the Board of Pardons and Paroles were approved for release in fiscal year 2023. We strongly agree with the Sunset Recommendation 6.3, which would allow TDCJ healthcare practitioners to provide voters with a report that addresses how the individual's medical condition affects their ability to constitute a threat to public safety. This recommendation is meant to address the issue of MRIS voters lacking the medical expertise to make informed decisions. Unfortunately, BPP's response to the recommendation is that this is strictly a function of BPP, not healthcare practitioners. We highly recommend implementing this recommendation in addition to addressing the root issue, BPP's unchecked discretion. The report unveiled that BPP has been considering factors outside of what they are statutorily permitted to consider for MRIS. There are obvious reasons why the factors that BPP is allowed to consider for parole are different from the factors that they're allowed to consider for MRIS. But as the report revealed, BPP is hardly making this distinction. I just have one more sentence. For these reasons, we recommend requiring BPP to strongly favor the release of an individual on MRIS who meets the criteria unless they find by clear and convincing evidence that the individual poses a risk to public safety that cannot be mitigated while under the supervision of the Board of Pardons and Paroles Division. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? of this family. All right. Thank you all for your testimony. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
This time, Chair, recognize Alicia Castillo, Justin Martinez, and Coretta Brown. So a reminder to please, for the record, state your name and who you represent. At this time, the chair would recognize Alicia Castillo.
Good afternoon. My name is Alicia Castillo. I'm the Associate Director of Policy at Texas Civil Rights Project, and want to thank you for your time today. We also want to thank the Sunset staff for their diligent, hard work and stakeholder engagement throughout the process of developing this really comprehensive report. I think, TCRP agrees with many of the recommendations and is really grateful for the incredible data and just wealth of information that's in that report. And we want to urge this committee to take things a step further than the recommendations offer, because of the power that you all have. And I hope you really take advantage of that opportunity, as you heard. And I felt the weight of so many of the testimonies of people who have lived in TDCJ for so many years. And the reason we ask this is because the sum of the multiple crises that you heard today, from nutritional crises, medical to include mental health and reproductive health care, beyond what you typically would think of medical, all social crisis, like all of these things really amount to a humanitarian crisis that we are all responsible for, because the state of Texas is responsible to care for the individuals that are in there. And these individuals are so much more than the worst day of their lives. And I hope we remember that as we make these decisions. So you have before you our recommendations, 9 issues, all of which I don't have time to cover right now, but I do want to mention specifically that a lot of this could be aided and between now and the next review in 12 years, if we implement something that was actually recommended in the last Sunset bill, which is a legislative oversight committee for TDCJ that has never met in the 17 years since it was recommended by Sunset and it was directed by SB 909 to happen, still hasn't met. So if we can maybe make that a new requirement that actually that committee has to meet, not just be created, then we could have ongoing oversight and review of the issues that keep coming up in TDCJ. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Justin Martinez.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commission members. My name is Justin Martinez. I'm here speaking on behalf of myself, and I'm also a member of the statewide parole working group. I just wanted to take the time to briefly highlight a couple of key findings and recommendations from the staff report. The first one being Sunset's recommendation to require TDCJ to develop a phased plan to close facilities, particularly those facilities who are facing persistent staffing challenges. I think the findings within Sunset's report highlight many issues and concerns related to the agency's vacancy rates, costs associated with these staffing challenges, particularly when it comes to overtime. And then on top of that, the growing deferred maintenance costs, which have now grown to over $1 billion. And I think the key to this issue is the persistent nature of this challenge and the unlikeliness that this will get better, at least for those units identified as hard to staff. So my hope is that the commission will take up this recommendation and begin the process of what this could look like to create a targeted closure plan as a significant way to address this issue. And the other finding I want to quickly highlight that y'all have heard also earlier today relates to lengthy program placement timelines for parole required programs. This is a problem that every year thousands and thousands of incarcerated individuals who are approved for release but have their release delayed for months due to required programming they could only access once they've been approved for parole. I think in addition to the recommendations that Sunset has, I also wanted to encourage the commission to explore more structural solutions to this problem by requiring TDCJ and the parole board to identify any required programming that they want to see a person complete while they're incarcerated as soon as possible, and then make that programming available to them towards the front end of their sentence rather than waiting on the back end of their time, specifically before they hit their first parole review. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Martinez. This time, Chair to recognize Coretta Brown. Brown.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is Coretta Brown. I'm the Executive Director of Bridges to Empowerment. I'm speaking on behalf of Bridges to Empowerment, the Houston chapter of the Texas Lioness, and myself as a formerly incarcerated person. I've submitted a comprehensive theory of change to address staffing policies and retention issues within TDCJ. Professionalizing the correctional officer role. Correctional officers face unique challenges, often managing complex psychological and behavioral issues. We recommend incentivizing recruitment and retention of officers with advanced degrees in fields like psychology and mental health. These skills allow officers to better de-escalate conflicts, reducing violence, and addressing behavior issues at their core. The skilled approach contributes to a safer environment, supporting both officers and inmates. Secondly, enhancing housing conditions for officers. We've been told that on-campus housing often includes military-style bunk arrangements or inadequate living spaces, which impacts officers' quality of life and morale. Providing community-oriented housing with shared home-like spaces will foster respect and stability among officers. A dignified living environment would improve retention and the overall prison culture. And lastly, financial support for basic needs. As of November 5th, 2024, the average annual pay for a TDCJ correctional officer in Texas is $50,316, or about $24.19 per hour. We propose amendments to the state law to provide supplemental benefits to include food assistance. Due to inflation and rising living costs, many officers struggle to sustain a quality lifestyle. Financial support would alleviate stress and reduce mental health challenges, positively impacting officers' interaction with those in their care. By investing in a supportive work environment for correctional officers, Texas can improve retention, create a safer, more stable prison system, and uphold the state standard for accountability.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Members, are there any questions for this panel? All right. Yes, sir. Senator.
One of the recommendations you have is to make phone calls available.
Senator, can you let her get the microphone? Yeah, electronics here. Thank you, Senator.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. One of your recommendations is free phone calls. Can you expand on that? And who covers the
Absolutely.
cost of that?
Yeah, so right now, I'll just mention that the cost of phone calls for incarcerated people are it's unsustainable. The family members currently are the ones who bear the bulk of the cost for that. And so unfortunately, it's also, you heard a lot about retaliation earlier. Phone calls are one of the things that folks get. One of a punishment is essentially like no access to phone calls. But one of the other things that's makes this really, really important is that there's been a really failed rollout of the Securus technology tablet program that has really created a ton of barriers for people accessing the handwritten letters from their children and loved ones. And so those that they used to rely on being a lot more affordable, a stamp, right, than a phone call, that line of communication has been significantly altered recently. So our recommendation is to roll back this terrible digital platform that is really run by a company, Securus, that is currently on the brink of bankruptcy and is in national news for its failures and exploitation of people who are incarcerated. But one of the things that we could do while we're waiting for that to happen, or figuring out a better way to make sure people get access to mail, is to also make phone calls available for free.
And so I witnessed the tablet program, and one of the benefits of it, obviously, we'll have to look into the inability for inmates to receive the letters that it's eliminated a lot of the contraband that comes in to the prisons as well. So that's something that I'll take a look at that and find a balance to it, but figure out why those letters are not coming in or what's happening with those letters, but
I'll also mention that TCRP has kind of done a look at, why, of course, we want to stop contraband from coming in, but unfortunately, most of the contraband is coming in from staff members, not from mail. So it's actually quite rare for the mail to be like the main place for that type of contraband. And I'll also just mention that this has significant impacts on recidivism, making sure that people have as free access as possible to the people on the outside that give them hope to carry on each day and to retain those relationships, especially parents with their children, so that when they return home, they can repair that relationship and maintain it.
And back to the phone calls, have you seen any model programs that other states do that I mean, is there a reduced cost with the telecommunications company, or do we know if telecommunication company increased their cost for prison phone calls?
In our fuller recommendations, you should have some citations for the states that are doing it now, but we'll also follow up with your offices about detailed ways that we can make this work for Texas.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, sir, Senator. Thank you. Any other questions for this panel? Thank you all for your testimony, for being here today.
Thank you all for being here.
Is there anyone else wishing to testify on the sunset report for the Texas criminal justice entities? Hearing none, public testimony is closed. Members, this concludes our agenda for this meeting. I would like to remind the public that they can submit written comments on the Texas criminal justice entities heard today until close of business, Tuesday, November the 19th, through Sunset's website. The next meeting of the Sunset Commission is scheduled for December the 11th and 12th, where we will make decisions on the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, Correctional Managed Healthcare Committee, Windham School District, and Board of Pardons and Paroles. We also hear testimony on the Angelita and Neches River Authority, the Lower Neches Valley Authority, Trinity River Authority of Texas, and the River Authority Uniformity Study, and Texas Ethics Commissions. The deadline to submit modifications and new recommendations of Sunset staff on the Texas criminal justice entities is Tuesday, November the 26th. Members, no modifications or new recommendations will be accepted after the November 26th deadline. Recess, and is there any other business to come before the commission? When no other business to come before the commission, Vice Chairman Parker moves that the commission is adjourned, subject to the call of the chair. Is there objection? It is so ordered. Good meeting.